You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Coverage of Grace, which is about to make landfall on the Yucatan Peninsula. Hurricane Grace, that is, with 80 miles per hour sustained winds and of course higher gusts. Substantial wind field as well, especially to the northern side, which still prompts tropical storm watches for parts of Cuba. But a hurricane warning in effect for a significant chunk of the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico there, and hurricane watches already in place for its potential second landfall, well, likely second landfall, which would take place on Friday night. A little bit of an unorthodox hour for a Force 13 live stream, but here we are nonetheless. And of course it's necessary because this storm is likely to make landfall in the next few hours as it gets closer to the coast, and the main core of the storm is not too far offshore now either. My name's Nathan Foy, and I'm here in the studio once again. It's nice to be back, of course, alternating between presenters on our live streams, on our coverage of this storm, and of course Henri, which will probably get more coverage as we get closer towards its potential landfall in the United States, or at least potential impact in the next few days. But with me tonight, local time, and this morning, my time, is our team, which consists this hour of Joey, Xavier, Xbox, and Zenitsu. Hello to all of you.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, morning and afternoon in various places across the world. We've got the United States to the UK and Germany and the Philippines joining us at this hour to talk about obviously the main feature, which is Hurricane Grace. So, hurricane warnings in effect, and the storm, as you can see on the satellite imagery, is getting pretty close to land now. This is on my viewer here. Let's take a look at some of the more raw imagery. Let's try and get the right camera angle first of all. Here's some of the raw imagery. Hopefully it will load now. You know what's happened here? It's decided it's going to completely quit on me as we go live. That's happened once before, and here it is once again. Luckily, I've got a standby, so here's another look at the infrared satellite imagery of how this has been going in at least the last couple of hours. Some significant cloud tops bubbling over there. The eye is not particularly defined, at least from a high up level. Probably is down below, but it's not shooting all the way through to make quite a clear visible eye just yet, although it has been doing on and off over the last day or two. Obviously on our team we've got Joey, who's showing us the latest imagery from, where's this?
I think that's Playa del Carmen.
This is,
like,
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
The Yucatan Peninsula. This area is expected to get quite significant impacts from Hurricane Grace. Currently, the condition, it's nighttime, so you can't make out too much, but you can see that the sea is already quite rough. The winds have been picking up. It's already been getting quite gusty on this webcam. And that'll continue, and conditions will continue to deteriorate as Grace gets closer to the coast.
As always, whilst we look at this, if you have any comments or questions for us on the air, we can take them live. One of the best things I think about live events is that we can do that. So looking at that webcam, not a massive amount going on there. It's probably just outside the core of the hurricane. Of course, the places that will be feeling it first is the island of Cozumel, which is probably just about to get it right now. So that's the current situation. That's where we're up to with these hurricane warnings, and you see the waves rushing in there as well. Let's read out some of these warnings that are currently in effect. Just got to get that tab back up here. So a hurricane warning for the Yucatan Peninsula from Cancun to Punta Herrero, including Cozumel. Hurricane watch for mainland Mexico from Puerto Veracruz to Cabo Rojo. A tropical storm warning for north of Cancun to Campeche, and for the southern part of the Yucatan Peninsula from Punta Herrero to Puerto Costa Maya. And a tropical storm watch for the southern coast of Cuba, the province of Pinar del Rio and Isla de la Juventud, and the coast of mainland Mexico north of Cabo Rojo to Puerto de Altamira. Now, down towards the bottom of the screen, every so often you'll see cycling around some of the place names that could be affected or will be affected by this storm. In terms of rainfall estimates, we could be looking at 10 inches or more for some locations. The National Hurricane Center suggesting that maximum totals of 15 inches are possible for central to northern Veracruz, and in the Yucatan, isolated maximums up to 12. So at length, first I'll speak to Xavier, because I'm not sure how long you'll be with us, because you've been busy all day and it's a late one for you right now. What are your thoughts on the storm?
Grace has definitely proven to be another big one for the Atlantic so far after the month break that we had after Elsa's fun trip around the Caribbean and then, of course, into the U.S. Now we're looking at our second hurricane of the season with this, and unfortunately, it did not take the path that would have killed it, which would have been the mountainous terrains of the entire Caribbean. And instead, it went south of that and into the high oceanic heat content of the Caribbean. Of course, that led to it strengthening. Of course, the good news is the thing that's been limiting it is the moderate wind shear, as well as the relative humidity levels not being that high. Otherwise, we could have been looking at a much stronger storm as it exited Jamaica, because when it exited Jamaica, it looked really healthy, it looked really set to go. But of course, those two inhibiting factors prevented it from doing such. But regardless, we're talking about a mid-range Category 1 landfall. The National Hurricane Center is still expecting strengthening before it makes landfall there, which would, of course, put it around 85 miles an hour with that landfall. And unfortunately, that doesn't end there. After that, it is expected to make another landfall on the Mexican coastline, where hurricane watches are already in place. Of course, as Nathan said, with those bottom bars showing the chances of seeing tropical storm force winds, the watches and warnings are also on there as well. And really, we're going to be looking at a prolonged event as to impacts that we're going to be seeing, not from just Grace, but Henri as well.
Yeah, moving fairly quickly. Do we know its current forward motion?
Actually, I do. It is currently moving at about 18 miles an hour to the west.
Now, quite often what we like to do on here is take a look at its current position and try to establish from its motion exactly when landfall is going to be. I've got to do a lot of clicking on my other screen here to try and get that information, but currently seems to be moving fairly quickly. This imagery goes on for, let's see, actually it's quite somewhat deceiving. It's a longer loop than I was expecting. About a 6-hour loop this is, so actually when you look at that, you could be looking at another 3 to 4 hours until its final landfall, or not final, but its landfall in the Yucatan. But I'm just going to get that up here and check it, just to get an exact location and distance from land. But if you have any questions whilst we're on the air, of course, we will take them. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. What is the population in Grace's Cone? Is a question there from Evelyn Rose Blue.
I've only been really calculating the extent, but can try to figure that out in the background.
I can tell you that in the 50 knot zone, the 10% chance of 50 knot winds, which is, loosely like a cone, with a little bit more inward, that's about 10 million. So it's over that. I think Mexico City is in the cone, is it not?
I believe so.
So that's a massive population center. So yeah, big populations that are in the cone itself, sure.
It indeed is in the cone, Mexico City.
Now they're on the bottom of the screen as well for, I think, something like 22% chance of tropical storm force winds, and I think it was 3 inches of rain. Just trying to get a fix on this storm now, which takes a little bit of fidgeting. A question there from David: what do you think is the highest Grace will reach after it hits the Yucatan? So I guess the main question really from everyone's perspective is, will it be stronger in the Gulf than where it is right now?
I'm really not leaning onto that. Obviously, as it heads through the Yucatan, it's going to weaken a bit, probably around 15 to 20 miles an hour. So it'll likely be going back down to tropical storm status by the time it exits out. Obviously, it's going to need to get itself back together, obviously, as it continues westward in the Bay of Campeche. And by that point, it's only going to have about 30 hours in water before it makes landfall again some point on Friday night. We used to be looking at a landfall on Saturday morning, but it has since shifted earlier. Now it's looking to be some point Friday evening, at least local time there. So that is definitely something that the Mexican coastline needs to be watching. There are hurricanes in place right now, or hurricane watches in place right now. So if you are in an area that is under one, even if you're under tropical storm watch, you should be taking the necessary precautions now. As of right now, I don't think anything higher than 90 miles an hour is likely in terms of what it will peak at in the Gulf, or Bay of Campeche, I should say.
Got some distances now, all in kilometers at the moment, which might not be appealing to most, but probably is appealing to those in the line of the storm. So currently 111 kilometers offshore, and that is about 65 miles, I think, and currently moving at 29 kilometers per hour, so that is a landfall in just less than 4 hours at the current speed.
Seems about right.
And that's the closest point to land, but given its movement, it's probably going to go just a tiny bit south of that. It looks like the landfall zone will probably be approximately about 45 kilometers south of Tulum, and then it will of course move inland. And just looking inland to possible, there's some population centers further north, aren't there? But it's actually the center of the storm is gonna move over probably a pretty sparse part of the peninsula. It's starting to remind me a little bit, I don't know if it's just the location, but a little bit of a Hurricane Earl, but further north.
Yeah, during the truck weather bulletin, there was someone who made a comparison of it to Franklin 2017, but I had to explain that, of course, Franklin 2017 made landfall in the Yucatan as a tropical storm and formed much further to the west, of course. Track-wise, I can see why, but intensity-wise, it doesn't really fit. As you were saying, Nathan?
I wasn't really, but there's another comment there. Where did it go? Yeah, I want to see what you think about this. A question there alleging that the National Hurricane Center was completely wrong when they said Grace would curve north towards Florida. Those early forecast cones were curving it that way.
Yeah, that's what the models had indicated at the point, because when you have a very disorganized storm, obviously the models are going to have their own say on it, and models are going to shift rapidly because, of course, you're usually seeing center relocations, or you're seeing a lack of a discerned center in general. And with Grace, there was a very, very wide spread of model guidance in its early days that had it going anywhere from north of the Caribbean to south of it, or just straight up murdering itself inside the Haiti mountains. Now, obviously, or what we know is that we did not see that. It went just south of Haiti, clipped it really. And then, of course, once it cleared out Jamaica, we saw it intensify. So that's not exactly what ended up occurring, but that's really what we see with the early days with many of our storms that we see in the Atlantic. We usually get a good idea, but then all of a sudden these models change drastically, and the path of it is very much different. That's why we always say that forecasts can change. We're not going to know straight up away what something is going to do, especially when you have a whole bunch of things to factor in terms of direction, steering currents, ridges, all that kind of stuff that comes into forecasting, which can make it really challenging if one of those factors just really isn't present there. So that is what we have been seeing with Grace and with a lot of the storms we've seen this year.
We're looking at another webcam on the screen. Joey?
Yeah, this webcam here is from Cozumel, which is that little island before the mainland part of the Yucatan Peninsula. And this area is getting close to, or probably is already getting into, the core of Hurricane Grace at this time. The webcam itself is quite choppy, but you can definitely see that strong winds and the waves and the rough seas quite dangerous for areas that are close to the coast. Some of those waves crashing on top of and on top over the seawall. That's the word that I was looking for. And as this area gets closer to Grace, these conditions will just continue to deteriorate. So dangerous conditions ahead.
Do we know where exactly that is?
It has a little map at the bottom, which I can try and figure out. There it is. It's at the Cozumel Pier in Mexico.
On the western coast.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's on the more sheltered side, of course. On the eastern side, right now, according to the graphic from the National Hurricane Center, already in tropical storm force winds, just about to get into 50 knot winds, and probably is in 50 knot winds by now. That will extend to the western coast probably in about an hour or maybe two. And that area, I think, will just avoid hurricane force winds, but it will be very close, and it will be near hurricane force when it makes its closest pass. So that's a look there right now, and obviously you can see it's fairly rough. An interesting viewpoint. And this satellite imagery will be updating the whole the whole time as well. The latest image on this is 19 minutes past, which is right now. I think that's pretty much up to date. Yep. One or two rumblings about whether it will survive into the Eastern Pacific.
Yes, I've been tracking that very closely in terms of what's going on with that, and if the season couldn't get any weirder for the Atlantic, it potentially could with Grace, because of the fact that there is now rumblings the National Hurricane Center, in terms of the Eastern Pacific side of things, has been monitoring chances of redevelopment in terms of when Grace exits the coast of Mexico. Um, what I did notice that is different from the previous discussions that they issued from the outlooks, at least the last two. The first two, when they issued 20 and 30% chances, they said that it was forecast to dissipate and then a new low would form. That is no longer being forecast or at least explicitly explained. They're now saying that just the remnants will cross over and a new tropical depression can form. So it looks like there's a bit of a chance. There's two scenarios of what would happen in this situation here. If Grace were to keep its circulation through the entire time before exiting the coast of Mexico and then redevelop, it would, of course, retain the name of Grace if it were to reform. However, if it were to lose its circulation and a new one were to form, it would obviously get the next name of the Eastern Pacific, and as long as nothing surprising or anything like that would happen, given the fact that there's no areas of responsibilities besides that, it would be Marty that it would get the name of. So that is what we are pretty much looking at in terms of Grace's future after Mexico.
Oh man, that's ridiculous. Um, any thoughts that you'd like? I know, obviously, Grace is a big event, but it's going to be going on for quite some time. I just want to put it aside for a moment and see if you have any thoughts on Henri right now.
Oh yeah, that has been a storm to track. I've had to track it closely on my end with some of the models that have been shifting it much further west than what I was hoping for. When Henri first formed, it was already a surprise enough considering the fact it literally got designated as a TD 30 hours after the National Hurricane Center first marked it as an area of investigation, and within hours it was already dubbed Invest 96L. That was the tag it got. And then this thing just rapidly organized, and of course now you've got Henri. At first, I was expected to make a track towards the north or southwest, and then turn back and go northeastwards, possibly affecting Bermuda again, and just going out to sea and turning extratropical. Instead, the models have just continuously shifted west and west and west, and as a result, the cone has done that this as well. And now we've got parts of New England in the cone for this, and National Hurricane Center just explicitly saying that areas in New England need to watch this. And actually, after doing some record finding, with Grace at 80 miles an hour and Henri at 70, this is actually the strongest two storms active simultaneously this far west in the Atlantic and this early in the season since 1901.
Wow.
So this is definitely not a normal occurrence we're seeing. And if that wasn't weird enough, no storm that formed northeastern Bermuda has ever impacted the U.S.
Oh my goodness.
This is a very weird track.
If this does move to the U.S., this will be like somewhat historical, or
The power of high pressure ridges.
Yeah, this is a very weird track. That's all I have to really say about this.
So,
But just to explain, just for the people who are unsure about what's going to happen in terms of the forecast with this, there is two distinct scenarios. If it remains weak, that would be the good thing because that means it would have a higher chance of recurving out. However, if it gets stronger, then that becomes the issue because a stronger storm would turn it more westwards, and then that is where we start seeing there's more serious issues for the New England coast there.
so there you have it. Let's go back to the webcam from Playa del Carmen. Joey, what's going on there? Anything new?
Not much anything new. The conditions, of course, they're slowly getting worse as Grace moves in closer. But since we last looked at it, it's sort of remained the same. What I can say though is that those waves rushing in, they've got a lot more faster and a lot more aggressive, which you'd expect. as a hurricane moves closer. But yeah.
That's a pretty decent camera. You can see him out there in the distance, even in the middle of the night. And what one good thing about the middle of the night this storm is that there's no silly people out on the beach. Haven't we seen that once too many in previous landfall streams?
Yep.
Yep.
Now
So
it's good if people have heated hurricane warnings. That's really the best option that they can really be taking at this moment.
let's reiterate some of the information then. Just getting there. So at the 1 a.m. update from the National Hurricane Center, they gave it 80 miles per hour, a pressure of 986. Position 19.9 north, 86.4 degrees west. And that would be 60 miles from Tulum. And it's a little bit less than that now, about 55 miles, I think. Just getting to zoom in on that satellite imagery. Hurricane warning for the Yucatan Peninsula from Cancun to Punta Herrero, including Cozumel. Hurricane watch for the coast of mainland Mexico from Puerto Veracruz to Cabo Rojo. A tropical storm warning for north of Cancun to Campeche, and from south of Punta Herrero to Puerto Costa Maya. Tropical storm watch from the southern coast for the southern coast Cuban province of Pinar del Rio. They word it very strangely there, as well as Isla de la Juventud and the coast of mainland Mexico north of Cabo Rojo to Puerto de Altamira. Now, obviously the wind is one of the big impacts. Hurricane conditions expected within the warning area in the Yucatan later this morning, and tropical storm conditions have already begun to spread on shore. Hurricane and tropical storm conditions will spread inland across the Yucatan Peninsula during the day today. Hurricane conditions possible in the hurricane watch area in mainland Mexico by late Friday, and tropical storm conditions possible in the tropical storm watch area in mainland Mexico by late Friday as well. So rainfall again over central and northern portions of the Yucatan, 4 to 8 inches with isolated maximums of 12. Heavy rainfall will likely result in areas of flash and urban flooding. Over central to northern Veracruz, 5 to 10 inches of rain expected with isolated maximums of 15 from Friday through Sunday, which will likely result in areas of flash and urban flooding and will also be capable of producing mudslides. And a dangerous storm surge will raise water levels by as much as 3 to 5 feet above normal tide levels along the immediate coast near and to the north of where the center makes landfall later this morning. And of course, swells will spread westward from Jamaica and the Cayman Islands to the southern coast of Cuba and the Yucatan through today. These swells are likely to cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions, which is why you shouldn't be at the water's edge or anywhere near it whilst this storm comes in. And from what we saw on the webcams, there aren't any because it's the middle of the night. Our pace, we're sort of going to be pacing ourselves a little bit here because we're going to be on the air for quite some time, probably without much break. But keep sending in your comments and questions. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and there's a few here. David says there is a high in Alabama that will move west and allow Henri to move west as well, and closer to the coast, then it will move north and possibly hit the Cape in New England. That's more of a statement rather than a question. I don't know if anyone has a comment on that.
The main thing that's driving it west is not exactly that. It would be the fact that there is a high that's setting up to the east of Henri that's going to keep it from going out to sea. Highs to the west would cause the storm to go eastwards, but highs to the east would cause it to go west. That's pretty much how tropical cyclone steering would work in the influence of these pressure systems. So it's really the fact that this high pressure setting up to the east of where Henri is going to be keeping it from going back out to sea, which was what was initially thought. and of course targeting either New England or just barely missing it. Of course, nothing can really be ruled out with this one, with how wide the cone is and how wide the uncertainties are. But of course, it's just what we're seeing with that high pressure setting up right now.
Got to point out on one of the model ensembles yesterday, I think it was, Henri rounded that ridge, and the ridge almost split in two, allowing Henri to move back through and south back into the main Atlantic area. But that's not going to happen, we hope.
Yeah, I just looked at the 0Z models, and unfortunately, they seem to have shifted west again. Much of the models, much of the models now take it towards as a really strong storm towards New England. It's interesting to see the models with this, because of course the eastern models have it as a weaker storm, and then all the western models have it as a stronger storm, definitely hurricane force, with the pressure in the 970s all across the board until it makes landfall. Although they're starting to see more that actually impact Connecticut, Long Island of New York, and even some that are now starting to go towards New Jersey now. So
Can we see this?
it's definitely not out of the question.
No, I mean, can we actually see this on the stream?
Oh yeah, let me. Yeah, give me a second. Forgive my large amount of tabs, but of course I kind of need them.
Don't we all?
So this is the latest GEFS ensembles that initialize, of course, at 0Z. They look like they were trying to go back towards the east at the 18Z, but this is just remarkably shifted west again, with many of the models pretty much going for an impact across either Connecticut or Rhode Island as a strong storm. Of course, this would probably be a Category 1 at this point with the landfall there. Before it does make that turn. And normally with these types of storms, you see it just race up and then maybe curve to the northeast. But instead, this one is just going to be going up, slowing down potentially, and then finally making its way towards the east. So that is something that we have to monitor there. The fact that rainfall could actually be enhanced with the fact that this might actually slow down some. And then looking at the GEPS, those haven't updated with the 0Z ones yet. But regardless, this is the more clustered ones, of course. They are still going with it just missing Cape Cod there. Obviously, you have some outliers like this one and somewhat this one, but not really. That, of course, got to be monitored. H. Wharf is still going with that attempt at a landfall in Massachusetts, but what I've been noticing with that one is that they pretty much just randomly eject all the convection out of the storm before it makes landfall for some reason. That doesn't exactly look like a plausible scenario at this time.
What do you mean by that? Eject all of the convection out of the storm?
It's a really weird situation that just has to be explained. If you look at their simulated satellite, not sure they're still showing it. So you can see how it basically just explodes into a major, and just expands in size remarkably. It's pretty much self-flow going all the way into the Delmarva, Pennsylvania, all of Jersey, and just massive area. And then eventually it just gives up and just throws all of its convection.
There it goes. That's spectacular, but not impossible.
It just throws all of its convection and becomes this naked swirl by the time you get to day 5.
There will be comparisons to Jose on this.
Yeah, I can see why. In terms of what the GFO, those are actually, GFS is kind of stronger with this one. Looking at where it wants to go, they pretty much have it staying off the coast, but 960 millibars is what they're going with. By hour 72, with winds of 105 miles an hour there. And it actually gets deeper. It goes down to 9, I think it goes down to 959 at some point. And then it makes a Cape Cod landfall at 981 millibars.
I have it down as that GFS run having a 110 peak, I think.
Let's see here. And GFS seems to be going with either 105.
That's what I'm seeing on a different data output.
It can be adjusted.
For the same run, actually.
Normal models.
Yeah, strong category 2 right there.
Yeah, looking at the grand scheme of things, of course, you can see Grace there. Initialized 2 millibars higher, and then you see Henri there. Obviously, as these continue to go west, you can see it intensifying. It looks like the GFS is indicating that Gulf of Mexico peak will be stronger. 978 millibars seems to be what they're going with for landfall. But at the same time, Henri is apparently going to be stronger now than what Grace will be. And then, of course, you can see it making landfall. GFS doesn't seem to keep the circulation whatsoever. And then we see that impact in Cape Cod before it begins that turn away and pretty much just goes away in its own separate way there. The Canadian model, of course, we always look at that too. They initialized both storms way too weak, but you
It
can
always
kind of
does.
see. Yeah, that seems to be an issue, but even then, they're still forecasting Cape Cod and New England in general to get hit regardless, so definitely something to watch even then. Icon, of course, they also kind of initialized 2 week on this, and as a result, their tracks are. Well, no, that actually swerves that into New England too now. Okay, so it seems that
Oh.
everything is Icon just does a
That does
loop-de-loop
lose.
too.
Oh dear.
That would actually enhance the rainfall there, and let me see if I can get the European in terms of vorticity there.
That's
Oh, that's the
going there
analysis.
as
Yeah, that was the
well.
analysis. Yeah, you can see Grace there, and of course this is 24-hour points, but they seem to just
Oh, off
there
it
seems to
goes.
be that curve. Yeah, it looks like there's gonna be a curve, and they seem to have it barely moving and just stay there because this is a distance of about 48 hours, and by that point it only moved from here to here to here, so it kind of makes a 4 in terms of its track there. So I think the biggest concern now I feel is that this is actually going to make a curve towards the just make a gradual curve to the east and then just make its way towards the northwest again, and then just sit there for a little bit.
Well, that's certainly how it's looking.
That would not be a good scenario. I mean, with Elsa, we saw New York City's metros get flooded, and of course, New England is not a place that is used to seeing storms. I mean, besides Elsa, which was only 40 miles an hour at landfall, which means this would actually be 30 if the National Hurricane Center forecast holds. But besides the 2 storms last year between Faye and Isaias, the last storm to really impact them wasn't since 2012 with Sandy, and then of course Irene the year before. So this isn't really a place that sees tropical cyclone impacts that often besides your usual rip currents that pretty much the entire eastern seaboard sees with any storm that comes up the Gulf Stream or near Bermuda. So this is just an added extra reason as to why anyone in New England needs to be paying attention to Henri very, very closely due to the implication that this could have in terms of any kind of plans.
All right, we've got a few questions that are coming in right now. There was a question from Weather Zone X. What is that? Can Grace clear out its eye in the Gulf?
So as of right now, of course, we're looking at the landfall still being stronger, and of course that is the cone there. I think let me try to get some of the models on what this does. This should have recon now, so I'm seeing what they're going with for this.
And could you also talk about what Recon found earlier? That was another question which we could tie in.
Recon pretty much found that this had 80-mile-an-hour winds, and the pressure actually dropped to around 986 millibars, which was the basis around the latest intermediate advisory. The southwestern quadrant of this thing, which used to be lacking in terms of its tropical storm force winds, that is far from the case now. This thing definitely has a southwestern quadrant. It really got its southwestern quadrant act together based on what Recon found. So this thing definitely has winds pretty much good on all quadrants now. Not exactly symmetrical, but still in the progress of getting there. Obviously, that's not going to last that long because this is about 3 or 4 hours away from landfall, 3.5 most likely at this point. They do have this getting a little bit degraded as you head into the Bay of Campeche there, which is to be expected given the land interaction. But it really quickly get itself back together, and you can see H-Warp does develop an eye before it makes landfall there. And then, of course, degrades completely. And just as it continues to exit off the coast, well, Well, it just dies. Okay.
Yes. That's exactly what happens.
I thought it was trying to develop it, but it just kills itself.
No.
Grace, of course, the resolution is blurry, but I think they're not. It seems like they're trying to develop a mid-level eye of some kind there. But they really don't fully get out a fully fledged eye there before it just
No, I
completely
think it really
collapses.
tries as it makes landfall, and you're just seeing the frames in between there.
Yeah, it really tries, and then of course it makes landfall. Because this, of course, by this frame it's 977, but you still have a good distance before it makes landfall. And then the next frame, it's already inland by quite a bit. So it looks like it does try last minute. But by that point, it's kind of hard to discern whether it does that. So of course there is a possibility that it does get an eye. But my opinion, based on what I'm seeing with this, is that it's probably not going to be until last minute that it does manage to do so. If it does it earlier, then there's probably a problem.
That's true. Let's go back to the latest satellite imagery. This is how it's looking right now, and we'll continue with more questions. How strong do you think Henri will get? I mean, the models there would make a compelling case for high-end Category 2, perhaps.
That is another challenge, of course. Its intensity is the thing that's driving its track. Here, the latest model intensity guidance that we have, it doesn't appear that much of them are forecasting a Category 2 right now, besides the H-Wharf and what appears to be the EGR2 model. The consensus is that
What
it's
on
probably
earth
going to be
is
going
that?
to. Yeah, yeah. If for those who are wondering, this basically is an idea of what intensity. Of course, the dots match what hour it is. So 12 hours would have all these dots here, and it's initializing, of course, with 70 miles an hour. That is in late agreement with our current estimates. Not much intensification over the next 48 hours. Of course, it is going to be dealing with some shear. However, as it does make that gradual turn that we are expecting towards north, it's going to be in better conditions. And then, of course, in the warm waters of the Gulf Stream, which should allow some intensification. The weaker it is, the more off to sea it will go. The stronger it is, the more of an issue we have, because obviously that would take it closer to New England and all. So that is, of course, something that needs to be watched. It doesn't seem that the peak will be long-lived, however, as the cooler waters should help cause it to weaken, which is shown by that gradual downward trend there. And you can kind of see hints of where it becomes extratropical around hour 144 to 68 by the latest there, as those models keep it at tropical storm strength there. That's usually a good indication that the extratropical transition is occurring, especially with the latitude that this will be at by that point.
Yep, so that's fascinating. Let's go back to Joey and the webcam there back in Cozumel. You can quite clearly see the waves lapping up there along the coast. Looks pretty quiet, as you'd expect at this time of the morning, very early. It's only just, what time is it over there? Getting towards 2 in the morning, actually. But we have to be here at this time because the storm is due to make landfall within probably about 3 hours from now.
Yeah, not great timing, but of course that's going to be a similar situation on Friday night, because this is expected to make landfall probably around 10 or 11, and that would probably mean Nathan is going to be at 3 a.m. by that point, so not good timing for him either at that one.
Oh, good lord.
Yeah, the landfall shifted earlier, so it'll probably be it'll still be going live. Don't worry. It's just probably going to be a different presenter.
Well, that's why we have different presenters. Thoughts on Grace only having 24 hours to intensify in the Bay of Campeche?
I mean, that was to be expected right from the beginning. This isn't exactly the slowest moving storm in the world right now. Obviously, this is moving 18 miles an hour, although it's definitely not as... It was a much faster storm in the beginning. I think it was moving at a forward pace of 26 miles an hour at the very start, so relatively fast. And especially as you get to Bay of Campeche, the more further south you go, the less land or the less water that you have to get before you obviously make landfall again. So it's definitely not a surprise that it's only got a certain amount of time over water. We're not saying what we used to saw with the models where they try to have it in the Gulf of Mexico for days before they had some kind of U.S. landfall. And that is what we are seeing with this. That's why it's only going to be a Category 1 on the official forecast, and they haven't been much further. There is the off chance that it becomes a Category 2. It's not out of the question. But of course, we have to deal with the fact that in that 24-hour time frame that it is back in the waters, it's got to reorganize itself and then, of course, intensify again.
Now, on the National Hurricane Center forecast, the storm weakens back to tropical storm status. Only weakens to 60 knots, though, Xavier. So
Yeah.
that would suggest that it doesn't lose its composure very much.
Yeah, what's going on is that this is going to be going over the very flat terrains of the Yucatan Peninsula instead of the more higher elevations, which is actually going to be probably the best scenario of a Yucatan landfall that you could possibly see out of any kind of storm that's going across. So it's definitely not going to lose much as it heads into the Yucatan. The LLC might be brought in, which would help align it with the low-level circulation, which would help align it with the mid-level circulation better, because right now that's not the case. Which could also have its own implications depending on what happens. So there is a shot that this could actually rapidly intensify if it doesn't lose that much composure and the circulations align themselves together again. But of course, that is not exactly what we're forecasting at the moment, and hoping that that doesn't happen, because that would not exactly be great for Mexico if that were to happen.
Hard to get a proper fix on the storm right now, but by our best estimates, it's now 96 kilometers offshore. That means it's traveled 15 kilometers since we last checked, and I can't remember how long ago that was. Was it maybe half an hour? Which would pretty much correlate to the 29 kilometers per hour that it's allegedly doing. So 96 to go at that speed. You're talking about just over 3 hours until the landfall, so that would make it 10 a.m. UTC, which would make it 5 a.m. local time.
Yeah, a very late landfall in terms of their stands. Obviously, people are going to be sleeping at this point probably, so I'm really hoping that those who have decided to take shelter have done a good job, just because of the poor timing with this landfall. If it's in the daytime or early evening, then yeah, then that would raise awareness, but unfortunately it's a very long night for these people in the Yucatan Peninsula, just given how early in the morning this landfall is, at 5 morning, so that's just about an hour or so before the sun rises there. So just poor timing in general, and it's going to be poor timing again when it makes that Mexican landfall, because it's going to be during the night hours there. At the current trajectory, I think it's supposed to be around 11 or 12 local time, maybe sooner.
All right. And I suppose, people commenting on, it is going fairly quickly. It could be moving more slowly, and that would cause massive rain totals. We're already talking about 15 inches, perhaps. But if you have any more questions for us, please send them in. Start your message with 413 all in text, and we'll be able to get onto your questions. Probably very few streams that do that during an actual big event, but it's important that we, take in community questions whilst we deliver the information. I don't expect that there's going to be huge amounts of information coming in during this point because of the time of day, and it is a fairly sparse place that the storm's going to be making landfall in, the actual epicenter of the landfall. Further north, of course, you've got Tulum, which, as I mentioned earlier, was how far away from the landfall point? I think it was something like 50 kilometers. Playa del Carmen would be something like 100 kilometers away. Cozumel, which is where that webcam was, something like 90 kilometers away from the center of the storm when it makes landfall. For the island of Cozumel, we're making its closest approach a little bit earlier than that, before its landfall, at a distance of maybe 60 or 70 kilometers. And as we've been saying, because the pace of things is probably not going to be that quick on the stream today, so we're sort of pacing ourselves a little bit so that we don't exhaust ourselves. Sorry?
It's like we're also run out of things to say.
Well, I mean, there's always things to say. There's people dropping in all the time to deliver the warning information. We don't want to sound like broken records, though. And I think people always want to hear what we've got to say about the storm itself. Its structure. Do we think it will have any time for an eye to appear before landfall properly? And it's there, we know that, but it's not very apparent on the infrared. It was for a brief moment just before the latest convective burst.
Yeah, I think that latest convective burst I was dealing pretty much just covered its chances, really. I know I was talking about that with other fellow contributors earlier, and that latest convective burst that we saw there pretty much covered the eye that it was trying to get back out there, and I don't think it's going to have that time, especially because of the fact we're now down to only a few mere hours. If it is going to try to get one, it's definitely not going to be one that fully appears. It's probably just going to be something that still is completely clouded over at the best. So if you were expecting a pitch perfect clear eye there, it's definitely not going to be happening at all.
And just a reminder that this imagery, could be misleading. It is a 6-hour loop, so it's quite a long time. So, it's not like a 1-hour loop, in which case you'd say, hey, landfall's going to happen any time. It's a 6-hour loop, which means that it's still, could be 3 hours away from landfall.
Yep.
Some more questions. Is Henri, and of course we're shifting quite a lot between these storms, is Henri going to be like Superstorm Sandy? I hate it when they call it
I don't think
that.
it's gonna be it's Sandy in terms of size, but in terms of strength, I'm actually not quite sure because I haven't taken a look at Sandy that much yet.
So as someone who actually dealt with Sandy, I could actually, I don't know. This isn't. Basically, what happened with Sandy is that Sandy was an extremely complex storm that had a whole bunch of environmental conditions that caused it to go. And by the point that Sandy did make landfall, it was actually an extratropical cyclone by that point, a powerful at that, and just the size of it, it was actually the second largest tropical cyclone in the Atlantic on record, behind only of Olga of 2001. But what we are seeing with this one is definitely different, considering the fact that A, this is supposed to be fully tropical at landfall. Sandy was not. B, this is not going to be even close to the size of Sandy in terms of its maximum radius of winds. Yeah, it is expected to get larger, but of course, Henri right now is a relatively small tropical cyclone in terms of what you would typically see in this area. So it's got a little bit of ways to go in general in terms of if it were to get to a normal-sized one. And if you think about what happened with Sandy, its pressure as at its peak as a hurricane up in the mid-Atlantic and northeast areas, it was 941 millibars. This is not expected to get up to 941 millibars at its slowest, and of course, but that was with Category 1 winds there. The other thing that Sandy had different was, of course, its track and the fact that it formed in October. This is August, and this never formed in the Caribbean. This formed northeast of Bermuda. So of course we're looking at a very complex setup here, but it's definitely not anyway like what we saw with Sandy back in 2012.
Gosh. And thoughts on Henri possibly attacking Europe using the jet stream? Well, it certainly won't be tropical, but it could do that. But it's still more likely that it will turn poleward.
More than likely, yes.
Yeah, and it's too far out to give any specifics on what it will do after that point.
We'll probably track that on the 413U team as
Yeah.
as it
Yeah.
continues to track further to Europe.
Yeah, with the 5-day cone, we already know that the spread on the models remains relatively massive, and for this to happen, that would be 10 days from now. So if we're already dealing with a large amount of uncertainties with day 5, and the fact that this could actually be slowing down some and affecting New England for longer than initially thought, by day 10, that is just completely outside of any realm of good forecasting in terms of its location by that point.
I never actually got graphics for Omri. We're gonna try and get just a little look at its cone for those people who haven't seen it. Oh, it's a small one. This is the cone merged in with the wind speed probabilities and the time of arrival for tropical storm force winds. So you can see there the areas that it's likely to impact and when. And obviously the wind speed probabilities. The yellow zone, for reference, is the 30% mark, and then it's 10% increments as those shades change. So make of that what you will. That's all I can offer at my end at the moment. And I know, even though it is beautiful imagery, this is pretty much the only one we can show you at the moment, because when we started the stream nearly an hour ago, all of my almost all of my satellite sources decided they wanted to shut down and never load again. Oh, it's back. No, we've got it. Okay, well, there's infrared. There's the sandwich imagery, and we'll take a look at all of these in more detail later. This is the water vapor right now. That's how that's been progressing, and I was hoping we'd have the fourth one, but it doesn't look like that one's working still. Very temperamental software today. So there we have it. That's what we have right now.
Oh yeah, this Henri's been really organizing over the last few hours from what I'm seeing here. It looks like it's trying to get itself prepped up to create an eye, especially with the way that the convective organization is pretty much rotating around itself, and you can see some of the cooler cloud tops starting to form in the center of all of this now. I just looked at on visible imagery, and they kind of see a dent in the center of this as well, so it's actually possible that an eye might be taking attempt to it reforming there.
Crikey. Alright then, I think I found the break button, so we're going to take a short break here. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Coverage on Hurricane Grace, which is a Category 1 headed for the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula this early morning. Currently 2 a.m. in Mexico, and a nighttime surprise by the form of Hurricane Grace, which will deliver possibly 80 mile per hour winds when it makes landfall in a couple of hours. We're expecting the landfall location to be approximately 50 kilometers south of Tulum, and that will be, we're currently expecting the landfall time probably just less than 3 hours from now. Latest satellite imagery shows that, is there a little indentation in there? Could it be an eye re-emerging? Our team will explore that question probably, and many others in the next hour as we continue to cover Hurricane Grace. My name's Nathan Foy, back in the studio once again, and it's good to see you all. This is our live coverage on Grace's landfall. I'm joined by our team this morning, consisting of Joey, Xavier, Xbox, and Zenitsu. Hello once again.
Good evening, or morning. Wow.
Morning, evening, or night, wherever you want, we're around the world.
Indeed, we have a very diverse base of people all around the world, so the time zones can get a little bit confusing, but we'll stick with the local time. Of course, we've got our UTC clock down to the bottom left hand side of our screen, but locally in Mexico it is just after 2. We'll take more questions as we go throughout this hour. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. It will light up big and bright on our on my screen here in front of me, so that we can take a good look at that. And of course down the bottom you can see there sliding along the percentage chances for various cities in Mexico and the expected rainfall, which in some places could be pretty substantial. Well, there's the latest satellite imagery of the storm again. This is what we call the sandwich imagery. Looks much better in the daylight, but even by night you can quite clearly see the storm's mass. Let's take a look at water vapor though again, and this I feel is quite often the best indicator of whether an eye is appearing or not. Usually you see it first on the water vapor. I must say, not particularly clear on this one though.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to depict if there is an eye forming there.
And this
Yeah,
is,
looks.
yeah.
Yeah, that's just convective burst that's just going around the center, but it's not really forming an eye or anything.
And this
I
is
would
another
suspe- I would
version of
sus-
the imagery through our software here. Go ahead.
Area with that convective burst for once, but then I realized that was really just a small thing that wouldn't result in anything.
So if we're to mark down where we think the eye is on this imagery, I'm going to do that now. It's going to be somewhere around here on that last frame. Watch it again as you go, and there it is. And its movement as you take a look back there through the last few hours, it's been from here to here, and then you'll probably see it continuing to strike the coast around there. A crude depiction of the storm's current progress. From here to here, that's how far it's tracked in 6 hours. So if you bear that in mind, then you're probably looking at another 3 hours until its landfall point.
So of course that would be 5 a.m. local time. So of course we're looking at 4 hours an hour ago. Now it's 3. Nothing has really changed on that, as long as this continues moving at its current pace.
Just to mark out some population centers as well, just to get my bearings right here. So Tulum is around here. So that's how close it will be to the potential landfall zone. Playa del Carmen is right up near Cozumel, opposite Cozumel, and of course the island of Cozumel is marked here. I'll just mark it out so you can see it over the satellite imagery, and of course Cancun is right up there. They'll still get affected possibly by tropical storm force winds. So that's my fantastic depiction of the storm's progress and where it's likely to go. Are there any more recon missions before landfall?
Not that I'm aware of, although that may be wrong.
And we had another question there on, well, a few questions really. Is Henri undergoing rapid intensification? I've not looked at it recently, but it didn't look like it.
It just because it has an eye coming out right now. Once again, it does appear that the eye is starting to get itself back again. Does not mean it's rapidly intensifying. Of course, it's been maintaining intensity at 70 miles an hour, and that is far from being classified as rapid intensification. So no, Henri is definitely not rapidly intensifying right now.
Well, you can see it on the screen towards the top left-hand side. Not much is going on with that right now. It's just, well, it's forming itself a little bit better, but no. It may be getting an eye.
Yeah, I can see it invisible.
In the middle of the night?
Yeah, it's already showing itself invisible. That's the interesting thing with this.
But you don't get visible in the middle of the night.
Well, if you have the geocolor and all that stuff that you got from things like Go 16 and all that stuff.
That is an
Still-
infrared format, yes.
Yeah. But yeah, it's appearing on infrared at very least.
Of course. When is the next Atlantic area of interest expected to form? Well, I can't see much going on down there in the main development region right now when we look at that wide shot. I think, well, actually, ultra long range models have been suggesting that the Caribbean and Gulf are going to be lit up for the next 5 weeks.
Yeah, right now it's the main development region. That area is pretty much closed for development for now. I'm emphasizing for now because of the fact that there's a giant Saharan air outbreak going on right now that is going to be preventing much from really surviving past a certain point of the main development region. But once that is cleared and gone away, then, well, that window of area development is going to be right back in, unfortunately, with coming back with possibly more waves that could become serious storms and all. So of course main development region is going to be something to watch, but Caribbean and Gulf of Mexico are probably going to be the main focus areas for the next few weeks, while the Saharan area later always clears itself out.
That cone never updated, by the way, but there it is from 1 a.m. Central Time. That was the National Hurricane Center's last cone, an intermediate cone. And the interesting thing about intermediate cones is that sometimes you can see just little kinks in the track because they don't change the cone itself until the full advisory. Of course, the next one's at 4 a.m. And you can see there it's just kinked a little bit, suggesting that the storm has moved a bit south of forecast. What you'll also note is that tropical storm conditions are probably being felt in Cancun now, according to that graphic. Pretty large tropical storm wind field. More than its convection field, if you can call it one.
Yeah, quite interesting to say that at the very least. Definitely getting its wind fields back together, especially with that southwestern quadrant. As I said in the last hour, recon went in, of course, found 986 millibars for the pressure. But what they also found was the fact that the southwestern quadrant, which was really known for not having much of a wind field at all, definitely had a wind field. It was quite the opposite as to what we were expecting, considering the fact it was just always this lopsided in terms of its symmetry, with the southwestern quadrant just lacking overall entirely. And now there's a significant chunk of southwestern quadrant with tropical storm force winds now. So of course that was the main dramatic takeaway from that recon flight that went earlier.
Here's another water vapor look at the storm's progress. Still not much that can be discerned from that, except perhaps, could I suggest maybe a dry slot on the south side?
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me given the fact that this has been having its fair shares with dry air.
It does look to me like a puncture there on the south side. Let's try and get some other kind of imagery on here. Let's see.
Oh, I did get an update on that recon question. There is no more recon going into this before landfall.
Ah,
They're returning home.
All recon is finished yet for this until it reaches the Gulf of Mexico, probably.
just checking some of the other satellite imagery formats. Although most of them aren't operating. A lot of them rely on visible imagery. So we'll go back to the one we were using at the beginning. Just showing you once again that process in how the storm has gone in the last 6 hours or so. Some comments then. We've had that one. What do you think Recon could find in Henri? Are they en route there?
No, that's going to be happening in quite a bit of time. I think that's not going to be for another 10 or so hours.
10 hours.
I'm trying to figure out where it is. I know it's somewhere. Give me a second as I get that. Shouldn't take too long.
They do tend to wait until morning though, that's for sure.
Yeah, obviously it's extremely late right now, so it's understandable why they're not sending recon into it anymore, given the fact that it is, of course, 2:13 a.m. Central Time and 3:13 a.m. here on the East Coast.
And we have to go live, unfortunately, because Grace has decided that it's going to choose the middle of the night for landfall in Mexico.
So it appears that the first flight will be going on at the 18Z. So yeah, we've got quite a bit of time before the first recon goes in.
They're waiting until after lunch.
It's going to be 18Z, then another one is scheduled for 0Z on the 20th, and then 12 hourly ones, it seems.
Yeah,
it looks like they're sending 3 recon flights into Henri at the 20th at 12Z.
They're getting serious. Alright, that's interesting. Is there a chance that it could regenerate in the Eastern Pacific? Models are getting excited regarding Grace. I know you mentioned it last hour, but people drop in all the time, Xavier.
Yeah, the National Hurricane Center has given a 40% chance of reformation in the Eastern Pacific, and needless to say, the National Hurricane Center outlook for it is interestingly shaped, considering the fact that it has the entire curve line for when it's going to reform, because it has the X already, and that is Grace's current position. So it's definitely quite a screen share, basically, so I could explain what the area of where it's expected to reform there. So this is the map that we are left with. An interesting shaped arrow there, of course, because that's going to be Grace's track. You can see there's now that 40% chance. What they're now saying is that Hurricane Grace, which is of course located at the northwestern Caribbean Sea, will be moving in Mexico Friday night and dissipate by Saturday night, The remnants are expected to continue westward and emerge over the eastern Pacific Ocean on Sunday, and the conditions should be conducive for enough development in a tropical depression could form some point during the first half of next week. So that is interesting. The biggest question just comes down to, will a center survive? The National Hurricane Center still thinks this is going to be dissipating and a new circulation will take hold. But here's the two scenarios. If this were to lose its center, and then it would to reform a new center in the Eastern Pacific, it would get a new name. Of course, the next Eastern Pacific name, as long as nothing surprising develops there, would be Marte. Now, if this keeps its circulation and doesn't lose it as it goes through Mexico and reemerges with the same circulation and reforms, then we would be talking about this being redesignated as Grace. So definitely an interesting thing to watch. Grace, either way, Grace's saga is definitely not going to be ending in Mexico, unfortunately.
And let's not forget the presence of Linda, that's still there, described as stubborn yesterday by the National Hurricane Center, no less.
Yeah, Linda's been quite the interesting storm considering the fact that once it became an annual hurricane, it was, we're going to forecast weakening. Storm proceeds not to weaken. We're going to forecast weakening. Proceeds not to weaken. We're going to forecast weakening. Proceeds to strengthen instead. This thing basically went from Category 1 back to Category 2 again, and has thankfully since weakened. Its eye has been collapsing over the last few hours, which should help it go in its final demise. And as of right now, there is the northern islands of Hawaii that are currently in the cone with this.
Are they?
It does appear, yeah, the northern islands of Hawaii are in the cone. It has shifted somewhat north because it used to be these islands that were more in the cone earlier, so that is good news if that has shifted. And what appears to be at that point would be 40-mile-an-hour post-tropical cyclone. In terms of wind speed probabilities, it doesn't appear that there's literally any kind of wind speed probability chances for Hawaii at the moment, so that is good news with that.
Well, the first shade of green is 5%, so I might
Yeah.
suggest it's about 4%.
Yeah, probably 3 or 4%, especially with that northern tip there, but it could get closer. There might be some additions considering the fact that this is still about 4 days out before any impacts there were to happen, and obviously as you get closer, then those chances, the gradient just gets itself more south, so we'll see what happens there. It's going to be relatively weak by the time it gets there. I think they're only forecasting it to be 40 miles an hour in terms of its post-tropical cyclone phase when it gets there on Sunday. Appears to also be moving relatively quick as well. Speed seems to be accelerating, and it's already moving at 16 miles an hour right now.
So Linda on the far left-hand side of your screen there, as we look at the Eastern Pacific centered imagery. Some convection bubbling up off Mexico, and then of course you can see Grace on the right-hand side. On the Atlantic side there, east of the Yucatan, and another satellite image of you showing its progress in the last, I think that's a little bit more than 6 hours, possibly 10 hours I think, maybe. So some more questions then. Let's see, is Hurricane Grace going to survive the crossover or dissipate over the terrains of Mexico? That's the big question that we've been discussing.
Yeah, that is a complete wild card, of course. Usually the mountainous terrains of Mexico typically weaken storms, but this one is a little bit more complicated given the relatively quick motion and the fact that this will be making a hurricane landfall. So it's all in the cards, will it keep its circulation or not?
I think, my hunch is, I think it will survive.
Yeah, this has a heightened chance of surviving the terrain compared to what we've seen with previous storms that have tried that in the past. Because it's not impossible. Storms have done this before.
Yeah, okay. And it is, Sergio asks, is Linda an annular hurricane? It certainly displayed characteristics, but I think it might be losing it again a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking as good as it was earlier. Its eye kind of collapsed earlier, and since then it's been on a downward spiral. Of course, it was bound to happen eventually, considering the fact that what we do know about annular hurricanes is the fact that they don't tend to weaken as fast as what a normal hurricane weakening trend would look like. That's why this has persisted for so long. And as of right now, it's entering a much more harsher environment. It was in lower wind shear, but now wind shear is going to be going up ahead of this. Sea surface temperatures in general will be going down from now on. They were already pretty low to begin with. I think they're only at 24 to 25 degrees Celsius now. And the fact that relative humidity levels are just going to drop as well. So everything is just going to be going against this at this point. There used to be only several factors, but now it's pretty much going to be every single factor against this.
There we go. Back to Grace then. Of course, this is our main feature in the early hours of this morning local time. It's just after 20 past 2 in Mexico and on US Central Time. The storm is getting ever closer to reaching the Yucatan coast. I don't have any more recent imagery on my other screen. Hold on, let me just. In fact, I do now, so that we might be able to do another fix. I can't press this button. A button was eluding me for a moment. We'll have some more questions shortly. But right now, I'm just trying to establish a position estimate, another one that we can give out, and then its distance to land. So at last check, it was around 96 kilometers, and now it would suggest that we're at about 76 kilometers from land. So considering that probably an hour ago it was 110, it is, how far is that? 35 in just over an hour. So it pretty much tallies with the 29 kilometer per hour estimated movement, and that still ties in pretty well with the expected landfall time at 5 a.m. So just as we look at Grace once again, the pace of our stream might slow down a little bit because we're waiting for landfall, really. And there isn't, you get to a point where there's not so much else that can be said. Of course, we've got all the warning information, hurricane warning that's in effect for a large chunk of the coastline. Cancun inside tropical storm winds now, we expect. Cozumel and perhaps Playa del Carmen might reach 50 knot winds. Hurricane force winds are a possibility for Tulum, which is just 50 kilometers away from the expected landfall point. Let's see if we can go back to Joey if you've got a camera ready there. Yep.
Yeah, this is in Playa del Carmen. I was going to get the Cozumel webcam up, but it seemed that it has gone down.
Already?
Yeah, the conditions that were quite bad before it went down. In fact, I could show. Actually, no, I closed the tab. So, but yeah, Playa del Carmen. This webcam conditions are getting worse. As you'd expect, as Hurricane Grace closes in on the area, getting close to 50 knot winds, it seems, as you mentioned, Nathan. And yeah, the only webcam I have left is Playa del Carmen, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on that one.
So this is one that we're going to be watching for a while, and you can see the blowiness has certainly got up there. I don't remember those trees blowing in that fashion like it was earlier on. More questions then, and feel free to ask away. Why was Grace forecasted to go to Florida but it didn't?
It never. I mean, to be fair, there kind of was never a definitive that it was going to Florida. It was just the fact that we were looking at a disorganized storm that could have, that was dealing with a very messy center. During its early stages of Grace, Recon had many difficulties trying to figure out a center of circulation with this thing, and that made it, as a result, a very big challenge to forecast, considering the fact that any track change would have implications on pretty much everything with it. If it went north of the Caribbean islands, then we would have been talking about a major hitting Florida. If we went with the Caribbean landmines, then obviously Grace would have just gone away and just dissipate over the Caribbean mountains. And of course, if it took that southerly track, then we'd be dealing with the hurricane threat for the Yucatan and Mexico, and that's exactly what we got right now. So it's really just a matter of what caused the circulation to be its own center, and the fact that it managed to get itself to relocate further south enough, so that way it could, continue its life and become a hurricane, as it impacted the Cayman Islands, Jamaica. Now it's of course affecting the Yucatan Peninsula, and we'll be making landfall there shortly.
Yep, as we continue to look at that webcam there, that's the latest right now. Just trying to see if we can get a few different appearances up on this screen here. So just a reminder that hurricane warnings are still obviously in effect. Hurricane watches are in effect for the latter part of Mexico, where the last landfall might be, in parts of Veracruz. Let's hop over here now. You can see the latest satellite imagery in two forms. The latest infrared imagery on the left hand side, which I've been playing along most of the time here, and on the right hand side, slightly zoomed out, satellite imagery, sandwich imagery of the storm's progress, and you can see some of the big convection over Cozumel at this point and reaching the coast of the Yucatan itself. Let's turn that off for a moment and we can get a look at both the satellite and the webcam all in one. Rainfall expectations, as mentioned earlier on, we could see up to 12 inches of rain falling on the Yucatan Peninsula from this storm, and in the final landfall we could be looking at rainfall totals of up to 15 inches, which could trigger mudslides, which, as we know in this part of the world, can be very catastrophic. Plenty of storms have caused issues in that fashion in the past.
And what I do know is that on the CDPS side of things, since we haven't addressed this on that stream yet, it is a stage 4.
Well, thank you for that, because I didn't know.
And what a stage 4 would mean with that is that extensive damage is possible with this.
More questions. Is that storm surge in the webcam? No, not really. It's waves. There might be a storm surge there as well, but it will be underneath the camera by now, I think.
Yeah, this camera is quite elevated. So yeah, we probably won't see any of the storm surge that comes in on the webcam, but there definitely could be some as Grace gets closer.
It certainly seems to be further in than it was before. And a steady wind there now as well, so there's some sustained wind going on there. This is Force 13 Live. We continue to watch the progress of Hurricane Grace as it draws closer to landfall on the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico. Currently, we think it's about 76 kilometers from making landfall. Moving at about 29 kilometers per hour, that would suggest to us that we're looking at 2.5 hours until landfall, Almost on the dot for a 5 a.m. landfall at this rate.
Yeah, we're definitely getting closer to landfall, and it's been coming up and creeping up along us for a little bit now. And of course, as Nathan's mentioned many times, despite the timing not being great, we're still out here and providing coverage, and that is the best thing we can do in terms of making sure people take the necessary precautions, people are aware of what's going on, and of course what is going on elsewhere besides just Grace, given the fact that of course Grace, while being the main feature of this, is not the only threat that we're dealing with.
Yep, indeed. Let's just read out once again the latest advisory on Grace from 1 a.m. Central Time as we continue to look at the webcam. It was at that point at 19.9 north, 86.4 west, with sustained winds of 80 miles per hour, which is 130 kilometers per hour, moving west at 18 miles per hour, which is 30 kilometers per hour, and minimum central pressure of 986, which was found by Recon. So the warnings remain as such. A hurricane warning. There are no changes at 1 a.m. Yucatan Peninsula from Cancun to Punta Herrero, including Cozumel, hurricane warning there. Hurricane watch for the coast of mainland Mexico from Puerto Veracruz to Cabo Rojo. A tropical storm warning for the Yucatan Peninsula from north of Cancun to Campeche and from south of Punta Herrero to Puerto Costa Maya. And a tropical storm watch for the southern coast of Cuba from again, that wording really trips me up. The province of Pinar del Rio, as well as Isla de la Juventud and the coast of mainland Mexico north of Cabo Rojo to Puerto de Altamira. Just a reminder that hurricane warning means that hurricane conditions are expected somewhere within the warning area, typically issued 36 hours before the anticipated first occurrence of tropical storm force winds, conditions that make outside preparations difficult or dangerous. Obviously, hurricane warnings have been in effect for some time. Hurricane watch means that hurricane conditions are possible within 48 hours, usually. And of course, the tropical storm watches and warnings are the same, but with tropical storm force winds. And we will get the 4 a.m. update, obviously, in just over an hour, and that will come with a new forecast cone and information, and also a forecast discussion from the National Hurricane Center. Really blowing over there, Joey.
Yeah, it's been getting a lot worse while this webcam has been up. Something that I have noticed is that there's been flashes in the background. I'm not sure whether that's lightning or whether that's possibly power trips going off in the distance, but I doubt that it is power trips because it is facing away from the coast. But yeah, conditions really deteriorating now in Playa del Carmen, and will continue to as Grace hits closer.
I'm just going to have a little look to see if we can possibly confirm any of that lightning by satellite. And now I forget where to look for it. I think it's just looking for it here. It's over here somewhere. Whilst we continue to look at that satellite imagery. Not from what I... Oh, hold on. No, not from what I can see. Could be wrong, of course. but I'm not seeing anything in the way of lightning flashes detected by satellite on the western side. There's some on the eastern side of the storm, but you know, maybe it is.
Oh yeah, there was a flash.
It seems too often for it to be power flashes, really.
Yeah.
So that's what we're looking at right now, along with the latest satellite imagery, which of course is showing us there the storm's progression over the last 6 hours, blowing up in convection as it gets closer to land by the looks of things. Some decent areas of minus 70-degree cloud tops appearing. Let's see if we can get some more questions. Are the Mexican authorities prepared and ready on the ground in terms of evacuations and search and rescue? I've no idea, honestly, but I think they're usually pretty good, aren't they? At least in this area. But that is something that's outside my area. But we do have a few members who look more into that side of things. If we do get any information passed through to us, we'll let you know. So we continue to look at the progress of Hurricane Grace. It's been a hurricane for some time now. 80-mile-per-hour winds sustained. If you're just waking up in the middle of the night, or if you're pulling in a full night with us here on our stream, we are looking at the progress of Grace. Landfall expected in about an hour and a half. Oh, 2 hours and a half, I'm sorry. We're still a little bit further. An hour and a half until the National Hurricane Center's update. But really blowing along there in Playa del Carmen right now, they're probably getting... I'd hesitate to say that they might get 50-knot winds. I'm not sure they will. But it certainly looks like tropical storm force winds now at times there.
There was a question in the chat asking how far away the center of Grace is from making landfall.
Yep, we keep checking. Try and get another new band of images here. Oh, that is up to date, pardon me. It's hard to tell right now because convection has shrouded it quite substantially. I'm just trying to do a bit of inference. We're probably looking at something like, and this is not an exact number really, probably 60 kilometers now. So that would mean 2 hours from landfall, so it's been scaled back just a little bit there. Maybe. But the main thing we're doing right now is watching the webcam as the waves continue to roll in. It's going to be a long night for that area. And let's throw it back once again to the latest satellite imagery, which was over there for a moment. Our loop showing the last 6 hours of imagery. on the traditional infrared band. So what we're looking out for there is those black areas. That's the high cloud tops of more than minus 70 degrees Celsius. What we mean by that is that the satellite pings down to the Earth there, and the cloud top temperatures correspond with the height of the clouds usually. A general rule, it's not a full rule because basically the satellite is measuring temperature. So when you look at the higher latitudes in the cold seasons, you can see actually, you know, those minus 40s, minus 50s that sometimes they can get up there and down there, can show up as if they were. If you see it for the first time, it can look a little bit weird having the same color as a tropical cyclone almost. But nope, those are minus 70, minus 80 in some places clouds there. I can't remember what height that corresponds to. It's pretty high. We must be talking about 40, 50,000 feet at least. And also we're looking out for that potential eye to appear on satellite. It's there, no doubt about it that it's there. But whether we actually get to see it on the satellite before landfall or not, some questions. Are we going to do coverage on Henri when it makes landfall? Well, you say when, it might not be a when, but I expect, Xavier, now at this point we're probably going to be doing nightly streams for Henri.
Yeah, Saturday is complicated because I obviously have other plans, so I will probably be doing something on during the day. US team will probably be going live on it as well, so definitely multiple live opportunities to catch, probably at different times with Henri.
Is there any upper level recon that will check the Gulf today? That's another question.
Not that I know. The recon that we've got today is basically going to be, as I get that up, Grace. It appears that after the next one is not going to be until 0Z on the 20th. By then, that's going to be 18 hours from now, or pretty much, or no, that's less than that now. They appear to be having another one at 11:30Z. So it looks like that once this thing emerges back at the Gulf of Mexico again, it's going to be 6-hourly flights with that one. And as we mentioned with Henri, the first flight would be going in around 18Z, with 3 of the flights going in at what appears to be the 20th at 12Z on Friday. So that will be interesting to see what goes on with that one.
Yep, indeed. Just having another little look at the storm on the latest 1-minute satellite imagery, there could be a little indentation coming in, and that is 51 kilometers offshore. That's interesting. Might be the eye starting to appear, which you'll see on this imagery shortly, I should imagine. I'm just seeing stronger rotation in the last few minutes. Yeah.
I was saying that eye that was trying to come back out on Henri seems to have been covered by convection again.
Oh, okay. Let's go back to the webcam then. I mean, we don't know how long we'll get this for, do we, Joey? Already one of them went down.
Yeah, the one in Cozumel went down, and player the comment is just opposite of that. So this webcam could be going down as well as Grace gets closer. But yes, conditions are worsening. The wind has been picking up quite a bit. There's been debris flying quite a bit across the webcam as well, which clearly indicates that there is damage going on as Grace makes its impact um, felt widely across the Yucatan Peninsula. Um, a lot more waves as well have been coming in, so that's also going to be a bit of a hazard. So yeah, overall conditions really deteriorating now on parts of the Yucatan coastline.
Yep, very gusty there at this point. Hard to estimate winds when you're just looking at it like that. Clearly the water's coming in probably even more now. It's going well beyond those trees. And those who are unfamiliar with the geography, there's not much to know really. It's a very flat area. And it's also the place where me personally, it was closest to a hurricane back in 2016 when Earl passed to the south. And you know, when you get to an elevated position, you can see just how flat the whole peninsula is really in general. That means that the storm will retain a lot of its strength compared to if it was passing over an area with mountains. And that's why the National Hurricane Center are forecasting the storm only to weaken to 70 miles per hour, which is just short of hurricane strength, when it passes through and enters the Bay of Campeche, and then strengthen some more, possibly for another Category 1 landfall. But getting very windy there at this point. It was probably going to make its closest pass to Playa del Carmen in about an hour or less. So the worst conditions I expect are pretty much here for that area right now. Question there as well. Is it possible for a storm to hit the Pacific side of Colombia or Ecuador? Well, it's never happened before. There's a first time for everything. It would be against everything that we know. I'm not sure what else there is to say about that. Some systems have tried to form near the Galapagos Islands, one of them quite recently.
I think that was like early in the year of 2021, if I'm not correct.
They all blend into one by now. I think it was this year,
Yeah.
if not last year. Let's cycle through some of the other things again whilst we keep that webcam in mind. Once again, the National Hurricane Center cone. This was as of 1 a.m. You might want to take note particularly to the wind field size. That's the shaded in area of a sort of yellow-orange colour, reaching Cancun with the tropical storm force winds. And that small red patch is the hurricane force wind field, of course a pretty small one, as they tend to be. Strongest winds right in the center. Might touch the southern tip of Cozumel, but the worst place of any kind of population really will probably be Tulum, which will probably receive hurricane force conditions as the storm makes landfall about 50 kilometers to the south. So on our best interpretations, we expect landfall now to be at around 4:45 in the morning local time. It's currently 2:50. and then some slight weakening, and then the track to bend a little bit more towards the south there on Friday, Saturday, making landfall, and populated places inland could get some significant wind and especially rain. Let's go back to the satellite imagery right now just to have another look. So again, that convective phase has continued. Stronger still there, and just want to inspect those latest frames once again. I do feel the rotation near the center there is getting a little bit, but it's hard to take note. Oops, I pressed the wrong button there. I just want to illustrate, once it gets to the darker colors towards the center, watch this area here. A little bit further northeast, watch this area here. The rotation seems to get a little bit better in those later frames. Now that I've drawn that circle, it looks less impressive, I must say, but take that circle away again and you might notice it a bit more there. That rotation hauling those clouds around the center of the storm.
It seems to be making some kind of last minute effort there.
Let's go back to the webcam, looking pretty busy there now in terms of activity. If we can even get it on the screen. Oh, there it is. Well, it looked very windy just a moment ago, and it calmed down a little, and there it is again.
I think that was another flash just then.
Yeah. Do we think that 85-mile-an-hour landfall is basically a guarantee for the Yucatan? We are talking 5 mile an hour here and there. I think they'll stick with 80.
They did note that in their last advisory that strengthening up until landfall, they did anticipate more strengthening up until landfall, so it is definitely a possibility, but we'll have to see. The
maybe.
advisory does come out soon.
They also said in their intermediate advisory that strengthening was expected, not possibility, but expected.
Oh, well, if they expect it, then it's bound to happen.
Yeah.
Could we see explosive intensification in the Gulf for Grace? Well, steady on
No.
there. You don't think so?
No.
No, I don't think it'd be explosive now.
To be fair, it's not exactly an actual term to begin with, and that would kind of require some serious levels of intensification. Rapid intensification isn't guaranteed at all either, because obviously it's only going to have 24 hours to exit the coast of the Yucatan before it makes landfall again, 24 to 30, and rapid intensification only is occurring if you already have 24 hours of something that's going on, unless it's legit blasting through that in a shorter amount of time, and that is not something that we're currently expecting. Rapid intensification require 35 millibar drop, or 24, or somewhere in there. My brain is kind of foggy given the fact it's nearly 4 a.m. here, but it's not guaranteed. This is probably going to be some quick intensification given the fact that we could be seeing it intensify 15 to 20 miles an hour before landfall, but that doesn't exactly meet the requirements for what we'd see for rapid intensification. Definitely far from explosive intensification. Explosive intensification would be on the levels of what we saw, for example, Delta 2020 before. That ended up not going for its favor with the shear and all.
Ah, memories of last year. That was pretty crazy. And actually this, the Yucatan, that's going to be, what, 3 storms in less than a year? 3 hurricane landfalls in less than a year.
Yippers. And of course, with the many of the Caribbean islands, especially the southern ones, that was the third storm of the year for them as well. Between Elsa, Fred, and Grace.
Wow.
Three back-to-back storms, really, if you look at the grand scheme of things and not at the dates of them.
So Grace continues to steam towards land there. This is looking back over the last 6-hour period once again. Hurricane warning remains in effect, as you would expect. Will Grace's forward speed possibly slow down towards its second landfall in Mexico? Let's check back that cone again, do some interpretation there. So I'm trying to figure that out. It does slow down, yes. Once it enters the Gulf, it will start to slow down. And once again, there's the webcam from Joey showing the latest situation in Playa del Carmen as we head towards the 3 o'clock hour. So just to wrap up this hour, a reminder of the latest information from Grace approaching the eastern Yucatan Peninsula, expected to produce strong winds and a dangerous storm surge, and we've already seen it pushing through there, that potential storm surge, at least from our limited viewpoint. Might raise water levels by as much as 3 to 5 feet above normal tide levels along the immediate coast, near and to the north of where the centre makes landfall. We expect the landfall to occur around 50 kilometers south of Tulum, and we expect that to happen. Currently, we're expecting it to be at around 4:45. We're going to take a short break once again, and we'll be back with more coverage in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Our live coverage on Hurricane Grace continues. The latest view here from Cozumel, we can see that webcam once again. It went down for a while. Very wet picture there, that's for sure. And strong winds will be occurring all along the Yucatan Peninsula in the early hours of this morning. We expect landfall to occur in around just over 1.5 hours time. At the end of this hour, we'll have an update from the National Hurricane Center with the latest on not only Grace but Henri and Linda, for those who might still be interested about that one that's still surviving out in the Eastern Pacific. As always, we're here to take your questions whilst we're on the air in what is now our third hour of coverage. We appreciate you for joining us in these very early hours of the morning in the Americas. 4 a.m. on the US East Coast, 3 a.m. in Central Time and in Mexico. My name's Nathan Foy, I'm in the studio once again, and we of course are covering the landfall of Hurricane Grace, which will be occurring pretty soon. The storm, last time we checked, my voice is going now, was approximately, how far was it now? 55, I think it was, 55 kilometers offshore, and the landfall location is expected to be approximately 50 kilometers, sorry, I meant kilometers at first, 50 kilometers south of Tulum. Let's go to our team consisting of Joey, Xbox, and Zenitsu. Hello once again, welcome aboard. Oop, there we go. You didn't hear them there because I had two wrong buttons pressed. Good morning to you once again. We're still covering the progress of this storm. It's going to be a long night for that area. Even though it feels like we're having a long morning, it's going to be much longer for them who are underneath this storm right now. Joey?
Yeah, this webcam, you can clearly see how bad the conditions are currently in Cozumel. This webcam went down half an hour or so ago, probably a bit longer than that, but it is back up now and it really shows how bad the conditions are getting in some areas of Cozumel right now. I'd say this area is probably getting mid-range to possibly high range tropical storm force winds right now.
Well, it's hard to tell. I mean, that's on the western side of Cozumel as well. Let's not forget. The southern tip and some parts of the eastern side could get those hurricane force winds.
Yeah, but as you said, it is hard to tell just by looking at a webcam. But nonetheless, dangerous and conditions that are continuing for many areas across the Yucatan.
Convection continues to blow up, and most significantly on the northwestern side, a big blob there now, and that's expanding over very close to Playa del Carmen, if not over it there. So very bad conditions potentially underneath that. Let's take a look at the Playa del Carmen webcam. Thank you, Joey, once again for supplying these. Well, there it is. Is it my eyes, or has it got blurry?
Yeah, it's gotten a lot more blurry. Another flash just then as well.
Full of lightning then.
Yeah, I saw one on the Cozumel webcam as well. So, yeah, the camera is getting a lot more blurry than it was. So that just makes it a bit harder to see what is going on. But you can clearly see by the motion of the trees and the waves coming in that conditions are getting quite bad in Playa del Carmen as well now. And I think we are probably at the worst of them in this area, because Playa del Carmen is quite far from the center. Not too far, but it is one of those areas that isn't meant to get right into the center of Grace. So, yeah.
We had some more questions from Jason. First of all, is it possible for a major hurricane to hit Europe?
Oh.
Mm,
No.
it's never happened before.
No,
Grace
I
is
don't think it will
going.
happen.
Grace is going to undergo rapid intensification if the heat content is high in the Gulf of Mexico. A comment there.
Well, currently the ocean heat content is quite high in the Gulf of Mexico, but rapid intensification isn't necessarily a guarantee.
But then it was in the
Um,
Caribbean as well, so.
Yeah, it was. I think the main reason as to why rapid intensification could happen if Grace continues how it is now, and if it retains its sort of structure as it goes over the Yucatan Peninsula. And as well, I don't think Grace will have the chance to strengthen as much because of the time that it will have in the Gulf of Mexico. It will only be about 30 to 24 hours before it makes that second landfall, although strengthening is anticipated before that landfall.
Alright, I've lost some of my imageries again, so onto the basics. Of course, we've still got this view here. Another lightning flash just went off on the Playa del Carmen screen as I switched to that. And it's becoming clearer to see perhaps where the rotation is coming from. And I can't quite tell here whether this might be going a little bit further towards the north in those later frames, whether we're looking at the center being around. Actually, no, that looks about right. I think the center's around here, which would put it just south of Cozumel. I mean, that's what we're seeing from at least the mid levels. So that means that if we're still looking at maybe a trajectory just north of west, then that could actually be a landfall very close to Tulum itself now. I think I'm coming to that realization just here. It's hard to tell. Let's remind you of the latest information from the National Hurricane Center. They will update in the next hour, but from 1 a.m. Central Time, the latest was this. At that time it was at 19.9 north, 86.4 west, with sustained winds of 80 miles per hour and a pressure of 986. Hurricane warning for the Yucatan Peninsula from Cancun to Punta Herrero, including Cozumel. The hurricane watch for the coast of mainland Mexico from Puerto Veracruz to Cabo Rojo. A tropical storm warning for the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico from north of Cancun to Campeche, and the Yucatan Peninsula once again from south of Punta Herrero to Puerto Costa Maya. Tropical storm watch for the southern coast Cuban province of Pinar del Rio, as well as Isla de la Juventud, and the coast of mainland Mexico north of Cabo Rojo to Puerto de Altamira. Once again, we're expecting rainfall amounts over the Yucatan, possibly to reach 12 inches. And inland, we could be looking at, the coast of Mexico, for the second landfall, we could be looking at 15 inches. We've got another webcam to show you from Xbox. What are we looking at here?
So this is where, in Cancun at some hotel probably. I just tried looking for webcams that were working, but most of them were just offline at this point, as the live stream recording would not be transmitted to the website that me and Joey are currently looking at. But I actually got successful and found this camera. It's of course a little choppy. Sometimes you can definitely see the trees showing loads of gust there in Cancun. Severe as in Playa del Carmen.
Interesting. Cancun is probably only just going to be inside those tropical storm force winds as well.
We are seeing powerful gusts there though, with that one tree really going crazy there.
And back to Joey's imagery from Cozumel there once again. More questions then. Let's see if we can take some. Has there ever been 6 storms in the North Atlantic at once? I'm not sure about that. I think there's been 5. Comments here looks to be going more north. It's possible from what I'm seeing now. Maybe that was always going to happen. Is Grace making landfall right now? Is a question. We're still looking at probably an hour and a half away. And Tornado Freak says, I've been hearing that frictional convergence could be helping Grace. Is this true? Any comment on that?
What's that again?
Frictional convergence.
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what that is, so I can't really answer that question.
Maybe. I'm not sure. I think it's I don't know whether it's the sea surface temperatures and the ocean heat content that's finally allowing the storm to intensify. I'm still wondering whether there's dry air on the southern side, but it looks like that may not be the case.
Hello?
Hello?
I'm back. I was just finishing my homework.
Oh, that's Sinitsu, who is in the Philippines, and have you got any comments on the storm right now?
Not really, besides, for the people who are living near the areas that are under a warning, you should evacuate immediately and listen to local information regarding the system.
I think it's becoming quite apparent that the center is around there in the latest frames. You just see that latest frame coming in. So we construct its earlier track, stayed south a little bit, then further north, and now it's there. So if it keeps going at that pace, we're looking at landfall around there. Try and get an actual location on that. That is really close to Tulum. That is probably within 5 miles of Tulum. But it looks pretty plain and clear that that is where the center is now. And so we are probably looking, just to estimate landfall again, about 40 kilometers offshore. So that means we might have landfall at 4:30 is the latest indication.
Be in 15 minutes.
In 1 hour 15 minutes.
Because I'm currently not keeping
That's
track of the
somewhat
time.
confusing.
Why is
Because-
it confusing?
Like, it's 4:15 p.m. right here, and I thought that we were using EDT.
Well, Mexico is
So-
Central Time.
Yeah.
You know, we try to be accommodating to the area that's of most concern. So I'm certainly going to be talking mainly about Central Time. Another question, is Grace taking a track similar to Franklin of 2017 and emerge out the other side as Marty, just like Hova? Yep, I think that might well be the case, you know. Grace might even keep its name.
Just depends if the rotation remains, or if whole remnants remain until crossing to the Eastern Pacific.
Like if its remnant somehow survives and maintains that sort of, you know, awkward mess of a storm, then yeah, maybe it could cross over.
We will keep track of the situation over Mexico then, as soon as we make landfall in the Gulf Coast in the Bay of Campeche.
Yeah, we should also note that there is another threat for the mainland, even near Mexico City. So that'll be an interesting thing to track later on.
Yep, last we saw Mexico City, 22% chance of tropical storm force winds and could have substantial amounts of rain. In a moment, we'll take a look at the worldwide model runs. Just to give you another perspective whilst we wait for this impending landfall. Joey, looking pretty bad there right now.
Yeah. Glad to say the webcam isn't as blurry as it was before, so we are able to get a bit more of a clear picture. Waves continue to crash into the coastline. Heavy rain, I've noticed. There's a lot of rain actually.
That's changed.
Much. And another
Oh wow,
flash
another line.
Yeah.
So there's quite a lot going on in this area now.
Because it's under a deep convective burst, probably the deepest one in the storm right now.
Yeah.
Jason says, thanking us for our work, basically. Thank you very much for that comment. I have taken the time to read all of that. Thank you very much. And this is what we're here for. This is our 10th year of storm tracking. It's been, what was that, by the way? It's been at times a difficult road. You know, starting from scratch, from the grassroots, and we still are, really. But our coverage is important for many people, and that's why we've really been spending the last year or so getting our consistency up with our coverage. Other comments there. Is it a bit too early to discuss impacts to Boston and surrounding areas from Henri? We'll probably talk about that more whenever we do our next stream, which is probably going to be, let's face it, in the next 24 hours. So hold your horses on that one. We're mainly looking at Grace on its Mexican landfall this morning.
Another big flash on that on the webcam just now.
Yeah.
Those are some huge tidal waves. That's very interesting.
And again, a storm surge of 3 to 5 feet is possible. Over there in Playa del Carmen, obviously Cozumel is in the way, so it shouldn't be so high there. But places like Tulum, where the landfall could occur, we might be talking 5 feet of storm surge.
Oh wow.
And there it is, really torrential there at this point. My goodness.
Yeah, that's definitely because of that convective burst over this area, enhancing the rainfall there.
Well, back when I was in player 5 years ago, there was a squall line after we missed Hurricane Earl to the south by 300 miles. There was a squall line that was worse than the hurricane itself. Basically, it looked a bit like what you're seeing on the webcam right now for about 10 minutes. But of
Get that
course,
torrential rain.
in this situation, that's going to be going on for a lot more than 10 minutes. So that is certainly a sight. I'm trying to get some of the other satellite imagery to load, and well, let's stick with this camera for a little while. Their conditions seem to be rapidly deteriorating. We're hearing that the first power outages in Playa del Carmen now, from someone I
dear.
believe is on the ground there. If you are on the ground, you know, we've seen in the comments already, some people are relying on our information and potentially your information. If you have any on the ground reports and observations for us, we'd really be interested to know, and so that we can relay it across our platform. Start your message with Force 13 all in text to get our attention. It will light up for us, and we'll go from there.
I think we had like 2 people from either Playa del Carmen and Cancun reporting strong winds and gusts in the chat, but I haven't seen them in a while now. They must have taken shelter or power outages appeared there. But let's hope for the best that they're all safe and still porting from their destination location.
Latest indications now that the storm is 38 kilometers from landfall, which would suggest it to be a landfall at 4:30 a.m. We're getting more confident about that time.
There's a question in chat regarding where the webcam is. The webcam being shown on stream is in Playa del Carmen, which is south of Cancun.
I don't think we know exactly where it is, do we, Joey?
No, it just says Playa del Carmen live webcam. So
But yeah, it's pretty much south of Cancun, and it's experiencing that situation you're seeing on the screen right now, which is indescribable.
About 35 kilometers offshore now.
to give you a bit of perspective where Playa del Carmen is, it's essentially just opposite of what was that? Yeah. So
We're gonna.
I think I have. Go on.
Oh, I'm just going to be moving on for a few minutes here. We're just going to leave this there and take a look at what the GFS model has been saying. Just to get another perspective on what's going on. So this is how the GFS initialized earlier this morning with hurricane force winds, and you can see the extent of that wind field. If it's true to life, then you can quite clearly see the complexion of that. All of the green areas there, that's tropical storm force winds. The yellows are the hurricane force winds. So watch that progression. Makes landfall, actually appears to weaken a bit as it does so. It's probably not the case in reality. And then that latest GFS model actually takes the storm center pretty much over Merida, which is a pretty large city. I don't know if it's bigger than Cancun or not, but it is fairly large. Takes the center over there, then enters the Gulf, and off it goes. Still a high-end tropical storm. If it has an eye, it's a larger one, and there it is intensifying again to hurricane strength and stronger perhaps before making landfall. Let's just scope out that. Oh, it's gone. Where'd it go? Just want to scope out that wind speed there before landfall. See what number that, about 90 miles per hour there, so still a category 1 but a stronger one than currently. And then landfall there, and then moving inland. And then you'll see in the Pacific, out it pops at the other end. Whether that's the same circulation or not, there's another tropical storm, which will either be Grace again or Tropical Storm Marty in the eastern Pacific. We'll come to that next storm in a moment, but let's go to Henri. This is the forecast for Henri. That was the initialization there. Just want to point out it's very hard to see. Even I can't see it at the moment. It takes a little while for your eyes to find it. But Bermuda is over there somewhere. Where is it? I can't see it at all. Bermuda should be somewhere north of that storm. But it's always very hard to find on this map. So off it goes. Henri, according to GFS model, look at that. Really strengthens. And how strong is that? 110, nearly 115 miles per hour. That's a borderline category 3 there. And up it goes. And landfall as a category 1 on Cape Cod pretty much. And out it goes. Tropical storm force winds over large areas there as it goes along. And now I've zoomed in, which I shouldn't have done. So the whole Atlantic picture for those wanting to know for the longer term. So off goes Henri. And then you'll see at the moment not much being forecasted, although there are some things of note. Take a look at that area there. That's probably not tropical, but this area here and that area there, those could be tropical developments later on. We're talking next week here, and then along the coast of the US, but that's quite a long way off. Let's just quickly as we can take a look at the Eastern Pacific. Quite clearly you can see Linda there, category 1 hurricane. Off it goes towards the Hawaiian Islands, passes just north with tropical storm force winds. There's Grace again, emerging off Mexico, and 2 systems form in behind it on the current GFS forecast. Whether that happens or not, we'll have to see. A quick look at the Western Pacific. What was 16W, which could have been Hone, but wasn't, is still alive, and it's there. Heads towards the northwest, probably becomes a tropical storm. There goes through the southern Ryukyu Islands of Japan and off towards the north, and eventually something else forms in the South China Sea or comes together there, almost spontaneously you could say. But general quiet over there in the Western Pacific. We'll go back to the webcam just for a moment, and then I'll show you rainfall estimates. Joey.
Yeah, still looking quite bad on this webcam. The rain has continued. And yeah, not much really to note apart from it stayed the same, and conditions do look really bad on the webcam currently.
Alright, let's take a look at rainfall estimates over the next 7 days. Now this mass of colours will make sense at some point, especially when I put my probe tool over it. So you can just about make out the land masses there. Where the storm is right now, it's around here. Landfall zone, we're looking at, according to the model, maybe 8-9 inches. And that's generally what the National Hurricane Center is saying. They're talking 4 to 8 inches, but isolated maximums of 12. And the models won't pick up these isolated maximums, so you could be looking at 12 in some places. Moving over towards the west, obviously you can quite clearly see those colours are quite a bit more substantial. Even down there, in Veracruz, you're talking about, southern Veracruz, about 10-11 inches. Further north, 12 there. Out to sea, of course, 14-15, but inland quite a way, 12 inches there. and anywhere in this area could see isolated maximums of 15. Even when it emerges off the western side of Mexico, you could be looking at some areas that are having elevated amounts of rain, 4 inches in those yellow areas there. Most of it stays just offshore, 9 or 10 inches there, 8 or 9 around here near Colima. Also, just looking back at the Yucatan Peninsula, lots of rain further south as well. Belize doesn't get away with it, around 10 inches there. Although interestingly, towards the northernmost part of the Yucatan, despite those winds, only about 2 inches of rain for Cancun, maybe 3, and the northern tip of the coast there, maybe even less than 2 in some areas where the storm might pass over, which is very odd if you ask me. Just looking at Henri, as it makes that turn, those rain amounts will pile up. That's obviously out at sea. But when it moves up towards the US, we're looking at probably, in some areas here, we're talking 6 inches for parts of Cape Cod, Massachusetts. So that's something to look for over the next few days. And don't forget, the track of Henri could continue to shift west, and that puts in very large population centers possibly under threat from tropical storm conditions. Of course, it could just as easily move out east and send itself packing out over the Atlantic. That's really it from the model runs. We'll have news on the latest advisories from the National Hurricane Center soon. Team, anything you'd like to discuss just for the moment?
Not much, but the situation remains deteriorating in the areas, as you can see from the webcam. Oh, wow.
Convection's getting much deeper around the storm.
Is it?
Huh, fascinating.
When would we expect the next advisory from the NAC?
Very shortly. Look at this. This is more imagery, and you can quite clearly see what's going on here. Convection blowing up around the storm, around the edges of it. You'll see this arc. There it is in that last frame. And then, just as we follow it up here, the center. And possibly the start of an eye appearing. Watch this very closely. I'll stop at the last frame. There it is, the last frame. Just marking that right there. That is the eye. That's quite clear, I think, when you look at that. The eye of the storm. And just to compare, where is it in relation to land? Getting fairly close. Just to draw a line on this. The center of the storm is now probably about 26 kilometers off land, so we're expecting landfall now in less than an hour. The good thing about that is that it won't have a chance to strengthen after that, at least for the time being. The bad news is that it's making landfall. We'll have the updates from the National Hurricane Center as soon as they come out.
The webcam is now down in Playa del Carmen.
Oh dear.
Power, and it's probably power outages now.
Yeah, both of them are down.
So.
Oh, wow.
Mhm.
Okay.
So we've probably got power outages in Playa del Carmen at this point.
We've still got one still running. Never mind.
That's, I think, is the main street, is it there? Or one of them?
Yeah, that is. Yeah, one of them, yeah.
So that went down as well. So it sounds highly like power outages en masse over in Playa del Carmen now. If you are still able to receive us over there, best of luck with the storm, of course. If you do have any observations and it's safe to do so, please let us know. anything that you say that could help others, either put minds at ease or to assist in some way, just send in the message. Start your message with Force 13 all in text on our YouTube chat, which is on the right hand side of the screen on desktop, and is, I think, just below if you're watching on mobile devices. Could Grace keep its eye wall and CDO all the way through the Yucatan? What do we think? I doubt
say
it.
it would probably disrupt over the Yucatan, and then it will probably reform in the Bay of Campeche eventually. It will probably take some time, which is why we would keep it at Category 1. If it does survive somehow with those two elements or features, we could see possibly a stronger storm, although I don't think that's going to keep that.
Let's get another reminder of the cone. That was the cone at 1 a.m. There'll be a new cone out at 4 a.m., which is coming up pretty soon. Once we hear about the latest update from Grace, we'll be able to let you know. The text comes out first, the graphics come out later. There may also be changes to the watches and warnings. I'm not sure, but at some point they'll issue that hurricane warning for the hurricane watch zone. They might wait until it emerges over water. Of course, the storm still hasn't made landfall yet. Landfall is expected now within the next hour, so before 4:30 we should have landfall. Storm currently moving at around 30 kilometers per hour, about 25 kilometers offshore. And a Category 1 with 80 mile per hour winds and an estimated pressure of 986. Let's go to another imagery source from Xbox showing us some infrared.
You can see some purples here, really deepening more and more as it comes closer to landfall. You can also see, I guess there's somewhat of a southerly slot open. Like, most of the convection remains north towards Cozumel, which could lead to more damage over there. But yeah, that center looks to be quite good to find.
More questions? Can the circulation at 4,000 meters be called a mid-level circulation? I would probably say so.
Oh, we have another webcam from Joey.
Yeah, this is the other one in Cozumel, which is still up.
There it is. So we expect the National Hurricane Center, sometimes they can update early, sometimes it could be half an hour early, so we check quite often to see whether the update comes out early, but nothing just yet. I'm not sure exactly what information they'll come out with, whether they will intensify the storm slightly. That wouldn't be surprising. But it really is making a run towards land now and intensifying all the way as the National Hurricane Center expected. And as soon as the update comes out, we will know.
Yep, NHC has released one for Fred. Wait, is that the NHC? I don't know. But there's one for Fred.
Fred's gone.
Yep, it is.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, they have issued another advisory on Fred, the Weather Prediction Center, who took over some days ago. Still 25 miles an hour and 10, 11 millibars. Fred is pretty much gone, but to my knowledge, has been delivering some flooding issues. Once again, we keep walking through that satellite imagery and more apparent center that's been appearing in the latest frames. Our coverage will continue until landfall, although with just the four of us here in the middle of the night, we might run out of things to say every so often.
I think the webcam just stopped.
Yep, Cozumel webcam's down again.
Well, I can see that. That's like very poor visibility and also strong winds knocking out power. It really is a devastating situation for the people.
Once again, those dark areas there, the black to grey zones, that's more than minus 70 degree cloud tops, depicting very high cloud tops, high in the sky. What usually, that usually entails large amounts of rainfall and is often a sign of intensification, especially when it wraps completely around. The update is out on Hurricane Linda, 85 miles per hour and a pressure of 983 millibars. They expect it to weaken to a tropical storm within the next 12 hours. 19.7 degrees north, 136.2 degrees west. That's the update on Linda. Nothing really exciting there. The reason why it's weakening, of course, is it's moving over cooler waters, much cooler. So the first of the updates is out on the least important of our storms this morning. Jason says, how strong is Henri officially? We're about to find out. We'll have news on Henri shortly. Their last update was at 70 miles per hour. Latest position estimate on Grace.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
From satellite suggests that the storm center is now around 19 kilometers off land, which would suggest a landfall in 40 minutes. So ever slightly scaling back time and again.
We just had a question saying that Fred is forecasted to re-strengthen.
Maybe it's an extratropical storm.
Yeah, it could strengthen as an extratropical storm affecting Europe potentially. I don't think it's gonna grow that strong. Well, that could happen. We'll prepare it over in Europe.
So if you've just joined us, we're watching the closing stages of Grace's landfall approach. We expect landfall at the latest estimate to be at about 20 past 4 local time, and we're currently expecting the landfall location to be, and these are our best estimates in real time, approximately 5 kilometers south of Tulum. So they're going to get the real big part of the storm, the eye pass most likely as well. there's us. And that was the last cone from Grace. There'll be an update pretty soon. We're really just waiting for the new update to come out at this point. Any time in the next 15 minutes, but Linda already came out, so we expect that the others will be out very shortly. At any time, really. But keep sending in questions. Does it still have time to clear out the eye? I think it's trying to do that right now.
We see the convection wrapping around, generally clearing out a gap which is a lot warmer than all the others around it. It could be possible, although it is so close to landfall, I don't think it's gonna happen very soon.
And the question there, why did it only axisymmetrize? Not sure if that's a word, just prior to landfall.
What?
I don't know. I mean, are they talking about it becoming more symmetrical? I suppose it has.
Yeah, I would. In the early stages, when it did become a hurricane, it kind of fell apart at some point when it really reached that strength, intensifying more west of the Cayman Islands. Now that we're looking at it, I woke up to this being a lot more organized than before.
So with all of the webcams down at this point, there's not much else to do other than to look at the satellite imagery.
Yeah, I can still post some imageries from Cancun, but the web Discord app won't let me stream it in a smooth frames per second frame rate.
Very limited imagery as well, because only 2 of my sources are working instead of the usual 3.
And because it's nighttime there, we really can't pull up visible imagery, which is kind of bad.
Yeah, it's disappointing. And there's another look, a wide shot once again, showing mainly the eastern Pacific, but also you can see Grace on the right hand side there impacting the Yucatan. Updates should be out at any time, so stay tuned. It's going to be very shortly indeed, and then we will have some more news for you. But the latest from what we've been seeing, we expect landfall to be at about 20 past 4 local time. It's currently 10 minutes to.
Hold on. I'll be back in 10 minutes. I'll just leave the call.
So, just to reiterate, because it's the only thing I can reiterate at this point, 85 mile an hour for Linda, pressure of 983. No one really cares, to be honest. It's going way out to sea. And we're really just waiting for the information on either Henri or Grace. Both of those will be out shortly. Best time to send questions in though, because we'll get to it straight away, because we're very alert right now.
You know what I'm seeing in chat is just talking about jokes with potential storm if that would form. But now we have a question: is 16W a threat to land?
Yes, it could strike the southern Ryukyu Islands of Japan as a tropical storm.
Those areas, those islands, can't catch a break. They just had typhoon inflow as well.
It passed
But they are
there.
ridiculously used to it though.
Yeah.
It's not a normal season if they don't get it. Right then, there's nothing for it. Whilst we wait for it, I'm going to read out Hurricane Linda's forecast discussion, because someone had to write it, so we may as well give them the credit they deserve. The writer of it, who was it? Forecaster Stewart. Linda is slowly losing convective organization with the eye now open in the western quadrant in both infrared and passive microwave satellite imagery. However, the upper level cirrus outflow remains quite impressive and nearly symmetrical. Initial intensity has been lowered to 75 knots. West-northwest at 285 degrees heading. General motion is forecast by global and regional models to continue throughout the forecast period as Linda moves along the southern periphery of a strong deep layer ridge anchored across most of the eastern and central Pacific basins. Sea surface temperatures underneath Linda are around 24 to 25 degrees Celsius, which are expected to remain steady for the next 2 to 3 days. Wind shear will remain low, so slower than normal rate of weakening. You just feel that Linda might just throw up another surprise somewhere.
I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest.
What would happen if Linda crossed all three basins from East Pacific to Central to West Pacific? What would happen?
One ensemble member had that happening the other day.
Also, there's a very small chance that it could occur.
Yeah, there is. There certainly is.
Okay, we're getting more questions in the chat.
Go right ahead.
When on reforms to a hurricane, it would make 2020 the first year since 2012 to have 3 hurricanes by 20th of August.
Hello?
Okay. Hello?
Wait,
You're on the air.
Yeah.
We're waiting for landfall to occur if you've just joined us, and it's getting to be a bit of a painful wait, especially for the National Hurricane Center updates, because they tempted us with Linda just about 10 minutes ago, and they haven't come out with the other ones yet with possibly important information that we'll relay as soon as we get it. We're primed and waiting for it. Hurricane warning remains in effect, of course, for the coast of the Yucatan, which the storm will be making landfall on very soon. We expect landfall to be around 5 kilometers south of Tulum. We expect landfall to occur at about 20 past 4 local time, which is only 25 minutes away.
We've got a Greece update from the National Hurricane Center.
We're now joined by Ryan Knack.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the graphic. I'm just waiting for the graphic to be done.
They have it now.
They have kept it 80 miles an hour.
knots.
Yeah. They've kept it the same.
Surprising.
And now they expect a bit more weakening inland to 50 knots and a weaker peak, if I see that right, at 70 knots again. Its second peak.
Someone send me that bulletin.
Update
please.
on Henri is out. It remains at 70 miles per hour. And they are expecting it to go to... I'm trying to figure out the latitude and longitude there to figure out where it is, the cone. But they are taking it... I've got to get this right. Let's just have a look. 33 north, that's way down. And then it goes to 35, I think... They have shifted. Oh no, they haven't. Yeah, they have. I think they've shifted east a little bit for the extended outlook, calling for a lesser impact for Cape Cod, but we'll get to show that when we can. More questions then. What do we think the activity will be in September? Probably more of this. Do we think the auxiliary list will be used this year? I'll forgive the spelling there. No. Is 16W going to become a typhoon? No.
And I'm actually questioning what is the new auxiliary list, because I think the Greek one was retired or something.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, the Greek list was retired.
They have some names ready.
they have a list, and they said if there ever is an auxiliary storm which needs to be retired, they just do the same thing.
Okay, right now, looking at the satellite imagery there, it looks to me as though the convection's really blown up and now it's starting to unravel a little bit there. So maybe 80 mile an hour a good call, possibly 85, you know, but it is getting very close to landfall. We'll have the latest on that, and we'll go through once again the latest National Hurricane Center information after we take our hourly break, which we're going to do now, team. So we're going to take a few minutes out here, and then we will be refreshed with the latest and the final build-up until the storm's landfall. Stay tuned. No, don't play the countdown. Let's play the ad break instead. Good idea. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Latest on Hurricane Grace, which is approaching landfall on the coast of Mexico. 12 kilometers is now all that separates the center of the storm from landfall, according to our best estimates at the start of this hour. That means that the storm will probably make landfall at about 25 past. So just 25 minutes away as we enter another new hour on our live coverage of Grace's hurricane landfall on the Yucatan. Hurricane warnings in effect there, and we saw on webcams earlier this morning, that conditions have been getting pretty bad there. National Hurricane Center came out with their new advisory just now, with winds of 80 miles per hour still, and keeping with the pressure as well at 986. We'll digest all of the information out of that update and the landfall as it occurs. Expected to strike just about 5 kilometers south of Tulum, so they're pretty much going to get it here. My name is Nathan Foy, once again in the studio, and we're here for our 4th hour of coverage. It's been a tough slog a little bit, hasn't it, because it's been a very early morning stream, but we are dealing with it with our team in this hour, consisting of Joey, Ryan Knack, Xbox, and Zenitsu. Good morning and evening to some of you, because we have time zones all around the world, but for the interests of those on the ground, good morning to you.
Good afternoon.
That's a
and
good start.
Morning to you. Yeah, kinda.
Okay, so Grace passing just south of Cozumel as the hurricane approaches the coast of the eastern Yucatan Peninsula. That is their headline. As we come into the next update, let's read out the discussion. After a brief convective hiatus between 4 and 7 UTC, deep convection in the inner core region has increased and become better organized during the past couple of hours, as you can see. An Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft investigating Grace more than 4 hours ago reported a central pressure of 986, down 2 millibars from previous passes, and a maximum 700 millibar flight level wind speed of 74 knots on its last leg northbound around 5 a.m. UTC. The 74 knot flight level wind equates to about 67 knot surface wind speed. This data supported maintaining a 70 knot intensity at 6 UTC. The upper level outflow remains symmetrical and has been expanding somewhat over the past few hours. So moving at 15 knots, according to them, at 280 degrees, based on the earlier information. They expect it to cross the coast in the next couple of hours, followed by a track across the Yucatan, emergence over the Bay of Campeche by 24 hours, with a subsequent landfall along the eastern coast of mainland Mexico shortly after the 48-hour forecast period. Given the recent improvement in Grace's inner core convective structure noted in high-resolution infrared satellite imagery, which is what we're looking at, some slight strengthening to 75 knots could still occur just prior to landfall this morning. From what I'm seeing, it looks like landfall is about to happen, but they're talking as if it's maybe an hour or two away, which is interesting. But from what I'm looking at, it looks like it's about to happen. I don't know what you guys think.
So what I think
it's
right
Kenneth.
now.
Hello, Kenneth. Welcome
Yes.
aboard. You're one of our main
Yeah.
cyclone
Hello.
analysts.
Yes.
And even though you're in Hong Kong, you've been watching Grace very closely.
Indeed, worldwide cyclone tracking. So, from what I see, it's now currently very close, around 10 to 20 kilometers from land, which, according to movement, nearly 30 kilometers per hour. I think the landfall will probably occur within an hour. Consider infrared satellite fix and a little bit of zenith angle due to GO 16 being 75 west and currently is in 87.2 west. So right now it should be not far from landfall, which is I believe within an hour. Right now the convective burst it has been warping pretty decently, and it is mainly due to frictional convergence as it's moved closer to Yucatan and is currently heading towards diurnal maximum, which the atmospheric conditions is more favorable for convection generation. Right now, despite such development, 75 knots maybe right now is still likely, but there's currently no other direct observation, no weather station or reconnaissance plane or buoy data to support anything really higher than current estimates. So it's remained at current intensities remain at 80 miles per hour and 986 millibars for Grace.
What are your personal thoughts? Do you think it's intensifying beyond that?
Yeah. I think right now it's still gradually developing at its original pace, as we've seen since a few hours ago. Yeah, for Grace, according to recon observation mainly from AF304, between 0C to 05C, which a pretty long 5-hour observation period.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed, it's really a long observation, and we see a 4 millibar drop within that. But as it moves a bit closer to land, is deepening phase should be more or less remain the same for current intensity, which right now it is indeed maintaining intensity maybe 70-75 miles per hour. No, 70-75 knots, 80-85 miles per hour. We can see on surface because elevation exists, which right now it is indeed forecasting a landfall within an hour, and currently the radius of maximum winds at the surface, which recon also observed that mid-level eye and the surface eye, the low-level one is way smaller than the mid-level one, as observed by recon and the recent radar imagery, which the radius of maximum wind should soon touching land, such that winds of 80-85 miles per hour with the gusts exceeding 100 and pretty much exceeding 100 miles per hour, which we can see on land and maximum, which it is a pretty dangerous situation right now.
Certainly is. Let's take a look at the new cone from the National Hurricane Center. There it is right now. It has it pretty much where we have it at the 4 a.m. update, and expected to weaken down to 50 knots and then back to 70 knots before it makes landfall, which is interesting because earlier, Kenneth, we were thinking that it might strengthen a bit more in the Gulf, but now the National Hurricane Center is suggesting that maybe it won't.
It's probably, I think, the act of holding intensity due to uncertainty, because despite convection development, that's pretty much many reasons to induce that. As I mentioned just before, frictional convergence, the time tends towards the diurnal maximum, which this is the main two reasons. Because, as I said, there's no rate of velocity, there's no surface observation, no weather station, no buoy data, unfortunately, to really suggest anything, which we are also recon has halted a bit, not flying pretty much until it leaves Yucatan to the Bay of Campeche. So probably I think that the act of maintaining intensity as foreshadowing and NHC analysis just did at 9C, but for me, actually, I'll say 75 knots current intensity is actually possible. I won't rule it out, but operationally for advisory analysis use, actually the act of maintaining intensity is not an unreasonable act. It's very much acceptable and fair acts for issuing advisories.
Now, Joey, you've got the webcam back again.
Yeah, the Cozumel one, and you can clearly see the conditions have slightly improved in this certain area. Obviously, Grace is now moving away from the island of Cozumel, so we are expecting conditions to improve there. The other webcams that we had up, they are still down, as you'd expect. and the main reason is probably due to power outages. We did see that the conditions were quite bad when the webcams did crash. So it is most likely that there were power outages in the area and the webcam ceased.
Again, here's another look at the latest satellite imagery showing how close that landfall is. It's currently 9 kilometers offshore by our latest estimate, which suggests that landfall will probably be in about 20 minutes. And in the meantime, we continue to track this all the way up until that moment, really. But of course, already the worst effects have been felt in some places, I would say. Well, of course, Cozumel is starting to leave the worst areas, and so is Playa del Carmen, actually, is shortly. So maybe those webcams will come back up later on. I don't know if there'll be much to see by that point, but it certainly got interesting there, didn't it, with the surge and the wind. Now, don't forget, the storm surge near the landfall zone could reach 5 feet, according to the National Hurricane Center. 3 to 5 feet expected. And in the Yucatan area, we are expecting rainfall estimates of 4 to 8 inches with isolated maximums of 12. So we're currently at nearly 4:15 local time, and we expect landfall probably at around past now. If you missed the update for Henri, they haven't changed much there either. 70 miles per hour is still the current intensity. Although, if we could just go back to that, well, that stream has ended apparently. Let's go to this graphic and just update it here from Henri. That's what's happened to the cone, so that's actually quite interesting. They've gone for a little bit more direct towards the north-northeast when we get to the later part of that probability chart. You know, big population centers, New York City there, that's about a 19% chance of tropical storm force winds now. Boston, 30%. Those chances are all going up.
That's right. The wind field is expected to really expand drastically as it turns northeast with the influence of jet interaction. As of now, Henri is really struggling with shear, and currently convection is sustaining, but not really at a very developing position. Is currently just sustaining at a central cold cover pattern, which such patterns suggest that its intensity is holding as right now because of wind shear being the northwesterly shear being pretty strong, that Henri is not strengthening, and no intensification is expected to continue until tomorrow, which further strengthening is expected at this turn north to northeast after around 24 to 30 hours, which we may see a Category 1 plus hurricane as the peak intensity, maybe Category 2 for, if it really goes up. And as I said, the wind field also expands, which really puts the northeastern United States into a pretty into a gusty wind shower conditions as its curved band associated with jet interaction expands and really bringing those poor conditions to land. And what's more, if it gets even more stronger. It will move further west than its current forecast. For such, it will move even closer to United States mainland, and landfall is not exactly likely, but cannot really rule out if it already really develops more than expected, which the even poorer winds will be seen in the very densely populated main city areas, which it isn't something that we want to see for Onray.
Now looking back at the Eastern Pacific view here, which shows the part of the Atlantic as well that we're interested in right now. Grace there, striking the Yucatan Peninsula, and good old Linda persisting, chugging away as it goes off into the 24-degree waters of that part of the Eastern Pacific. And it's still holding on as a Category 1 hurricane. Let's see if we can take a look back at some of the other imagery that is off and on sometimes for some reason. An enhanced infrared there, and you can see that the center part, I don't know if it's a trick of the eye or whether you can just see a little depression in that imagery. It becomes a bit clearer when we show some of the other imageries. This is the Sandwich, showing really deep convection moving well inland now, wrapping around that eye. Another perspective, there's water vapor. That's become a little bit more clearer, certainly with the rotation. And let's just see if number 4 works. Nope, we've never got number 4 working during this stream so far. I don't know why. So let's go back to the other form of imagery that we have. As we await this storm's landfall, it's expected pretty soon. The latest estimate with regards distance from land is around 6 kilometers, so very close indeed now. To reiterate the watches and warnings that are in effect, there were no changes at the update at 4 AM, which means that the current warnings are as follows. Hurricane warning for the Yucatan Peninsula from Cancun to Punta Herrero, including Cozumel. A hurricane watch for the coast of mainland Mexico from Puerto Veracruz to Cabo Rojo. A tropical storm warning for north of Cancun to Campeche and from south of Punta Herrero to Puerto Costa Maya. Tropical storm watch for the province of Pinar del Rio in Cuba, as well as Isla de la Juventud and the coast of mainland Mexico north of Cabo Rojo to Puerto de Altamira. So those are the current warnings that are in effect. As mentioned, potentially a 3 to 5 foot storm surge and potentially 15 inches of rain isolated maximums, along with those strong winds which are 80 miles per hour sustained, 130 kilometers per hour with higher gusts. If you do have any comments or questions and observations, which are pretty crucial during all this, because either people are watching who know people in the area around the storm and need information, or people who are in the storm are looking for observations nearby or anything like that, do send in those observations. It could be extremely helpful for someone out there. Of course, only if it's safe to do so. The storm approaching land looks like it's going to be rolling onshore very soon indeed. So I'm going to open the floor, and I don't know if any of you would like to point anything out at this point. They've all gone quiet.
I'm just monitoring the imagery that you currently have playing for the stream. But nothing has really
Hold on.
changed. It's just closer to land with a lot more convective bursts towards the north.
Well, I'm gonna go now, so see.
Oh, okay. Well, goodbye then.
Bye, guys.
I'm going to
Yeah.
mark out the coastal outline here, just so
See
that
this?
we can see when the storm goes under it, just where it is in relation to the coast on this imagery. There it is, that latest image. Really that is an eye trying to come out.
I just saw a
Power
message
outage in Cancun.
I just saw a message in the chat. Power outages currently in Cancun.
Oh wow. So there we have it. This is the eye trying to come out right now. There's the center of the storm. Very, very close to land, about 6 kilometers.
We also had a question, could Henri infect Canada?
It certainly can. That's something we'll be looking at, you know, next week.
Yeah, that can happen early next week, as it's probably would turn post-tropical at that moment and affect Eastern Canada. That certainly is pretty much possible.
As for Canada impact, it's solidly likely that there will be some gusty winds and rain showers in Canada from Henri. It's just it will likely be a post-tropical cyclone, as Kenneth said. It really will depend on the location, though, and it will be all down to how much Henri strengthens, because the more the stronger it gets, the more west it will shift, and that will bring it into Nova Scotia and into western Nova Scotia. So it's going to be interesting as to how that will change.
Grace is now only 4 kilometers offshore.
Oh my god.
So we're expecting landfall to occur in 10 minutes or so, I would say. In fact, that was old imagery. We're probably talking about 1 kilometer offshore now. So this is effectively the moment of landfall, really.
But do note that if you're using infrared satellite estimates, there's a slight zenith angle which could make around 0.1 degree longitude and west bias to the current center fix.
So that is about 10 extra kilometers?
I'll say around 5.
5?
Around 5 difference.
Isn't 1 degree of longitude about 105 kilometers?
0.1 degree. 0.1 degree.
I know, but divide it by
Yeah.
10, isn't that like 10 kilometers?
Yeah, but right now it's only 13 degrees of zenith angle. So I believe it will be around 0.05 to 0.07, based on
Okay.
the analogs that I've seen while making scientifics of difference of various systems.
I mean, this is
using
really
radar and infrared contrast.
this is really just an argument for the purists, though. To be honest, the fact of the matter is that hurricane force winds are spreading along the coast, and tropical storm force winds over a large chunk of the Yucatan right now.
Yeah, indeed. Based on that close distance, its radius of maximum winds pretty much has already hit land, and those are really suffering from over 160 kilometers winds.
So I would like to touch on Henri and its So currently, the GFS model from the most recent model run was actually suggesting 100 knots for Henri, which that's far.
Yes.
We can't really say that's likely, but if that scenario were to happen, that would mean more than likely a landfall in the northeastern United States due to its stronger intensity, and obviously, as Kenneth said, stronger it is further west. So really all hoping that that does not happen. But again, it's not likely at this point that it will get that strong, but can't rule it out.
This is Force 13 Live. We are just moments away from confirming the landfall of Hurricane Grace. Is this the first hurricane landfall of the year?
No.
Hurricane landfall. No, Elsa. I believe Elsa. Yeah, Elsa has made landfall over St. Vincent as a 70 miles hurricane.
It also made, I think it made 2 landfalls as a hurricane, one in Barbados and one in St. Vincent. Yeah.
Pretty much, yes.
And the first hurricane landfall on the Yucatan since last year.
Last year is not a good year for Yucatan.
No.
Delta, Gamma, Zeta, all not good.
We'll have some new imagery in a few moments, which will probably confirm, or near enough confirm, landfall. More questions. Could Grace become a major? I think that's out of the question now.
It's possible, but it's not likely at this point. It's really had its best chance to become a major during this period in the Caribbean Sea, and obviously that did not happen. So, I would say it's unlikely.
I'll say something like around 90 to 105 miles. I'll say it's currently in a very favorable conditions. Yeah, the ocean heat content, sea surface is crazy, but despite that, shear is slightly northerly. Despite its low, it will also bring a bit of dry air and will constantly disrupting it slightly, which along with its currently very fast movement, which is not expected to significantly slow down like Elsa, which that will make a very rapid intensification with a sufficient time not possible. Just one day from expecting a high-end tropical storm back to a major hurricane within one day with the conditions not at optimum, I don't really think it's likely based on current synoptics analysis. No.
New imagery on the infrared shows that the storm is 2 kilometers inland. Let's take a look at what it shows on this imagery that we're showing now. Oh, looks like it's right on the landfall line. And this is about 5 kilometers south of Tulum. Kenneth, are we calling it yet?
What is the exact time frame of the current imagery you're having?
The one that I measured being 2 kilometers inland was at 27 minutes past, and the one on the screen I must assume is around the same.
So based on current movements, around 28 kilometers, I believe. Divided by 12, so that means it's pretty much in every frame. It's gonna move. Every frame, it's gonna move around 1 kilometer. Around how many?
Kenneth's crunching numbers there.
Around 1 kilometer per frame, per rapid scan frame. About 2.5 minutes, I believe.
What's in 2.5 minutes?
The rapid scan. I believe the rapid scan is 2.5 minutes.
Per frame?
Yeah.
One.
No, it's 1 minute.
Yeah.
Oh, one minute per frame. You're 27 pounds.
I think 2.5
per-
minutes is Himawari.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, then it's yeah. Right, that is that's half kilometer per minute. Then. Almost.
So.
And we have some new surface observations as we found. 97 kilometers winds with pressure of 996.8. As some.
And again, I've marked out the coast of Mexico there as the storm approaches landfall. And at this point, Kenneth, we are now going to confirm it.
So it's 32 right now. Pretty much roughly that time, 30 to 35.
It would be about 9:30.
30 to 35. That'll be at most 3 minutes.
Hurricane Grace has made landfall in Mexico with winds of 80 miles per hour sustained and a pressure estimate of around 986 millibars. It has made landfall approximately 5 kilometers south of Tulum, so they quite clearly are probably going to be in the eye of the storm or very close to it. On the Yucatan Peninsula. The storm is expected to start weakening a little bit down to 60 miles per hour when it enters the Bay of Campeche and then start to strengthen again. But that's the news here that Grace has made landfall. We've been tracking it here for 3.5 hours. The good news about landfall is that things won't get much worse in terms of winds and storm surge. The bad news is that it could do in terms of rainfall and that the storm is not dead.
Currently, a new landfall fix has been making by me, which I'm now processing some surface observations. Just have received from Playa del Carmen Airport, which I'm now processing just data to finalize the landfall estimates, which is expected done in around 5 minutes. I hope I can finish it real quick.
Thank you, Kenneth. Joey, any thoughts?
Well, just with my thoughts with everyone that is currently being affected by Hurricane Grace in the Yucatan Peninsula. We saw how bad it was on some of the webcams and with some of the observations. Just hoping for everyone's safety in the areas affected and wishing you well in the future.
And just as it's made landfall there's some massive cloud tops blowing up just on the southern rim of the eye.
Yeah, that is still also the work of frictional convergence, which that will pretty much be the case for some for quite a few hours actually. Even after landfall, there will be some convection blow-ups. That is a pretty typical case for most of the storms.
Okay. Well, when a storm makes landfall, it kills its chances of strengthening any further, which I guess is good news. The storm should start weakening a little bit from here on in until it reaches the other side of the Yucatan. The storm made landfall a little after 4:30 local time. As mentioned, around 5 kilometers south of Tulum. Hurricane conditions will most likely be felt there, and possibly were felt on the southern tip of Cozumel. Winds probably got to around 60 miles per hour in Playa del Carmen. Kenneth's looking up the details there. Cancun probably got quite a few bouts of sustained
Winds.
tropical storm force winds.
Winds
We'll be staying on the air until the end of the hour. If you've got any questions for us to send in, please do, and we will take them on the air. But if you've just joined us, of course I appreciate it's early in the morning. Grace has just made landfall on the Yucatan Peninsula with winds of 80 miles per hour and a pressure of 986, which was indicated by recon much earlier in the night.
yeah. It's
Some big convection blowing up there on the southern edge of the eye as we continue to watch this.
That looks like deep convection.
The webcam in Playa del Carmen went up for a few moments. This is what it looked like when it did go up.
Okay.
But I think now it's gone back down again. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the state of things there at the moment. And looking at this imagery, you can quite clearly see where the eye is. The deep convection as well, how it's blowing up, it's pretty much reached halfway across the whole peninsula now already.
Yeah, it's gonna cause some pretty strong rain over the peninsula, obviously. So flash flooding could be an issue. So if you are in Mexico on the Yucatan, just obviously try to stay inside and stay safe in this situation.
There it is again on the water vapor imagery. There's a question that just came in, well, two questions. What are the percent chances of Grace making its second landfall at Veracruz or Tupan? Quite high.
Well, considering pretty much every model expects a landfall in Veracruz or Tupan, I'm not really necessarily the best with Mexico's geography, but it's very likely it will make a landfall in the Bay of Campeche. So
it's going there, all right. And another question: do you think the upcoming pattern favors a Texas hurricane over the next few weeks? And my short answer to that is yes. Western Caribbean, Southern and Western Gulf is going to be lit up for the next 5 weeks.
I'm going to do a quick speaking on Grace's landfall in Veracruz. Models have been in kind of the range of mid-range Cat 1 to mid-range Cat 2 for Grace, so it's decently supported that it will be a hurricane at its second landfall. So, yeah, obviously not a great situation there.
So Grace made landfall just short of 10 minutes ago with its hurricane force winds of 80 miles per hour sustained with higher gusts. A question: could the brown ocean effect happen and Grace not weaken as much as expected? Unlikely. It won't weaken that much anyway, though, considering the size of the landmass. So that's what we're looking at on the screen now, the infrared view that we've been looking at for several hours of Grace as it quite clearly and distinctively moves inland beyond that coastline that I marked out. That is some deep convection that's blowing up though.
Yeah, to the south of the center, that blow up there, reaching into the purples.
A thing I would note is if for Grace is if it continues to blow up deep convection overland, it could potentially develop a. Well, I'm kind of thinking about Zeta a little bit as to, because like it's not gonna do anything like Zeta, but I remember this was pretty similar as to Zeta when it was blowing up deep convection overland, and it was and it did have a very favorable environment as it moved into the Gulf of Mexico. Obviously, Grace is going to have a decently favorable environment too. So it's kind of reminding me of Zeta a little bit. Obviously, the tracks would be very different. Zeta went obviously to Louisiana, and Grace is going to be heading into Veracruz. That probably doesn't really matter. Just a little bit reminiscent to me. So I don't know. Overall structure pretty similar to.
All right. I've preliminary cross dated current stage.
Come again?
That
Pretty
was
current point. All right.
No, you're inaudible. Try again.
You're committing.
All right. So current for
Oh God.
Oh gosh.
That's not working so well, Kenneth. I don't know why.
fine. Yeah. Can you hear me?
I think we've got you now.
Yeah.
All right. So I've preliminary processed the data, and the current estimate is not bad. It's indeed somewhat maintaining its intensity. Yeah. Which it a bit stopped between intensification and the proximity to Yucatan, which is pretty much within the expectation.
That blow up that's just happened has now just concealed the eye. Very interesting imagery. There's that massive blow up that's just happened on the southern side of the edge of the eye, and it's just gone and completely blown up over the eye itself. A question there: how much intensity could Grace gain in the Gulf of Mexico after passing the Yucatan? I know I've already had similar questions to this, but what do we think? There's a lot of noise over there somewhere.
Like a plane.
I don't really know.
Personally, I think around 15 to 20 miles per hour.
I mean,
would be close, possibly slightly more. That's what I think at this time, mainly because of the time constraint of how much time it has overboard to before its second landfall.
Well, listen to this. CTCX and HWRF are both saying Category 3.
Oh.
So as to the answer on that question, I'd say it probably will emerge as like, we'll just say 50 knot tropical storm. The maximum in the day when it's over the Gulf of Mexico, I could say probably it gains is 50 knots. Like that would probably be the maximum in the worst case scenario. Realistically, I think it probably would gain 30. Actually, like 25 to maybe 40 knots, realistically. So that would put it up to 75 to 90 knots, which is probably the overall likely intensity max for intensity spread. I'm sorry, not max.
Yep, there's another look again at the storm and how it progressed there. That massive blow up that occurred, and looks like sustaining a little bit as well. It's just almost like an eruption. In fact, that's probably what a small volcanic eruption would look like. But there aren't any volcanoes under there, don't worry. That is a convective burst on the south side of the storm's eye. Already the large clouds well over the Yucatan now, more than halfway across. Conditions will be improving now for Cozumel and probably Playa del Carmen beginning around now. Cancun will probably still be seeing similar conditions for a few more hours. Another question, if Grace is displaced and ripped apart by the Yucatan, surely this will decrease chances of it gaining much more intensity due to Grace having to reorganize then strengthen.
Well, yeah.
Are conditions more favorable in the Gulf than they were in the Caribbean now?
I don't think so. Grace had a dry air and some shear problems that kept it from being able to go and rocket in intensity. But I'm not so sure the conditions are more favorable.
So I guess it's right that the National Hurricane Center are going with a 70-knot peak for its second landfall, just as it did the first. That's on the forecast right now. If you've not seen it yet, let's just take another look back at the cone. Well, there's our team. There's the cone. That was the 4 a.m. cone. And let's not forget that what's left of this storm will probably either breed another storm, or if Grace is feeling mad enough, it might survive completely into the Eastern Pacific under its own name. That second storm, though, or continuation, shouldn't be a big threat to land.
Yeah, so models have been picking up on a Eastern Pacific system that will likely be coming from the remnants of Grace. So, yeah, it's pretty likely, and actually the NHC has marked a 40% chance in the Eastern Pacific for Grace. For Grace's remnants, which that will be when it does make its second landfall and crosses Mexico. It likely will be a remnant by then, and likely will have lost its low-level circulation, or even if it holds on to it, it will probably not be closed. So, yeah, it's pretty solid likely that we will get another East Pac system in the coming days.
And there you can see the source of it, Grace, and its general direction. But I must say, the track of the storm will probably take significant rainfall amounts and possibly even wind to Mexico City, which is, a massive urban conurbation. So that's something we'll have to look at very closely when it makes its run for its, what we hope, last landfall.
And the newest GFS run has come out. I'm gonna take a look at it. So,
Probably running right now.
yeah, it's just got moving. And as I look, the GFS has it stronger in the Gulf of Mexico
Right.
than it did. It's down to 974 millibars, different to 978. I'm gonna take a look if that's the newest run is on Grace for. Nope, it's still not on. So I won't be able to figure out the wind speeds for it.
I think it would be reasonable to predict a 90-mile-an-hour peak.
Yeah.
Certainly do.
Actually, it appears that the consensus of the intensity of Grace is actually in the mid-range Cat 1.
Okay.
Although the GFS is continuing to have Henri intensify significantly off the east coast of the United States, actually 8 millibars deeper than it was the prior run in 2 days. Sorry. So that might not be a good sign for Henri, to say the least. And considering I would be realistically in the path of this if it were to bomb out, that does not give me, good feelings about it.
I see what you mean. The model is just initiating right now. Let's see just how strong Henri gets on that model run at 6Z.
Last run had 950 bars.
Breaking. NFC also declared landfall has occurred for Grace over eastern Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico near Tulum, with winds of 80 miles per hour, now 86 millibars. They've announced that they think that the rainfall has occurred at 9:45 UTC. Already the advisory out satellite images and radar data from. But this indicates that Hurricane Grace has made landfall along the eastern Yucatan Peninsula around 4:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time, just south of Tulum, Mexico. A weather flow station at Xcart Park near Playa del Carmen, Mexico, recently measured a sustained of 60 miles per hour and gusts of 85 miles per hour. Another weather flow station located at Cancun, Mexico, recently measured a sustained of 59 miles per hour and gusts of 80 miles per hour. While the weather flow site located at Pluto, Morelos, Mexico, recently measured a sustained winds of 51 miles per hour, and gusts of 70 miles per hour. Cozumel, and sustained of 41 miles and gusts of 68 miles, observing the Cozumel Lighthouse. And the location is 24 north, 87.5 west, around 50 kilometers south of Tulum, Mexico. Maximum sustained winds 80 miles per hour, 130 kilometers per hour. Movements to 80 degrees or west at 70 miles per hour or 20 kilometers per hour. And minimum central pressure is now 86 millibars, made by forecasters Stillwater and Burke.
That's fascinating. Cancun is on the edge of the convection, and it got us very, very far away from the center of the storm. Sustained wind of 59 miles per hour.
Yeah.
And a gust to 80.
Yeah. Fascinating, very fascinating.
And again, 60 miles an hour near Playa del Carmen. That's ridiculous. Cancun is nearly twice the distance as Playa del Carmen, and they got the same wind speed.
It might be the gradient effect.
Very interesting to note that. Still looking at the GFS model, 957 for Henri on the forecast run, but where does it go? We're going to find out shortly. We're probably going to be doing that off the air because we're about to finish up here. But that is looking very interesting regarding Henri.
Obviously, not really that good for the people in the Northeast, unless it obviously does miss. Even then, still very strong winds and gusty winds will still be apparent, as Henri's core will likely expand as it moves north. But obviously, we're all hoping for a miss at this point.
Yeah, that is going to get interesting. Any other comments from our team before we finish up here?
If you are in Mexico, in the path of Grace, if you're in the Northeast in the path of Henri, stay safe. I am in the path of Henri myself, so, well, obviously it's the potential path of Henri. If it does, in fact, impact New England, would you
Yeah,
like
so, okay, I continue? Sorry.
so obviously stay safe and let's all hope for the best.
Okay, here near the end of the stream, I'll just summarize the current tropics. First of all, start with Grace, which has just made landfall to southern Mexico. Hurricane conditions are affecting near the landfall areas. Houston, southern Mexico. It's really dangerous situation right now with at least 200 millimeters of rainfall expected. With hurricane condition and gale winds condition extended for over 100 kilometers away from Grace Center, and it's expected to weaken slightly to 60-65 miles per hour, and then reintensify to around high reach category 1, and make land and intensify to Bay of Campeche and make another landfall. For Grace, as brief forecast, and for Henri is currently suffering from significant shear, but further intensification is likely for tomorrow, late tomorrow, and could be pretty significant. Currently forecast is at least a category 1, category 2 still can't rule out, and it's expected to make significant impact as its wind field rapidly expands towards northeastern U.S. and eastern Canada, which there can see some significant rainfall, gusty winds, with a pretty extensive areas of impact, and that also depends on the track. As I said, the most rugged it is, more west it is. So I'll also briefly go through Linda, which is currently weakening due to more dry intrusion. And cool sea surface temperature, which it cannot hold itself. Currently, as of 9 UTC, NDC had this at 85 miles per hour. 430 analysis has it as 70 knots, 80 miles per hour, pressure of 984 millibars. Rapidly weakening is expected to continue since tomorrow, and yeah, Hawaii may be seeing a little bit of swell, but not much impact. For 16W, is currently a disturbance still, but given a high reformation chance, is currently pretty near back to tropical depression or tropical storm status. It's expected to recurve northwest, and there may be some impact to southern Japanese islands before it's expected to dissipate after day 3 to 5 because of very high wind shear, due a pretty unfavorable condition to suppressive NJO, which there's a situation that makes it a very high wind shear condition, which they're very beforehand the forecast of very significant typhoon now is no longer being expected. And that's the summary of the current tropics, and stay safe for those who are currently affecting for Grace, and please prepare for more preparation for northeastern United States and the next landfall point for Grace and the area of impact for Henri. So that's it.
Model run 971 millibars off Cape Cod.
Not looking very good. Obviously, it is one model run, and sometimes obviously GFS will occasionally be wrong. It will usually be wrong because models are used and they're not always supposed to be accurate. So obviously that's not really a good thing, but yeah.
All right.
That's at this point.
We're going to finish up here. Thanks very much for tuning in. Grace has made landfall as a strong, as a Category 1 hurricane. There's going to be a lot more to come from this, I think. Another hurricane landfall expected in the Veracruz region of Mexico as well. Stay up to date on our outlets. You can find Force 13 on Facebook and Twitter, and of course subscribe to our YouTube channel for more updates and live events, which we'll probably have every night now for quite some time as we watch these two storms as they continue to progress both towards land areas. Henri, that's going to go on for a while. But stay tuned, and we'll guide you through the next few weeks. It's going to be another busy Atlantic hurricane peak season. But for now, have a safe evening and morning over there in Mexico, and we'll see you again soon.